yesterday. I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no faith. I'll show you. A heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of. As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad? If I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad, only care about a bad and control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul.
Hello everyone, how are we doing tonight? Final week of the series. This is going to be great, and both teams are looking so incredible coming in to this grand finals. Both teams are looking strong, looking great, and right here. But both teams look amazing. We haven't been able to see IKB on stream, but their performances have been insane throughout this entire playoffs run. But Oasis, they're definitely not on the back burner just yet, but we are starting with draft very, very shortly, and I will roll that towards you guys. Let's get this rolling. Let's see how the cards fall right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Always happy to jump right into things, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. With IKB kicking us off on the blue side with the Zoe ban. Waiting for Oasis Cloud Esports, or Oasis Esports Cloud, I think it is, actually, as they go ahead and ban away that Mumu. We actually saw Oasis Cloud last week. I believe it was against, I don't think it was Rodham, that doesn't sound, no, it was Divine Ascension Emeralds, that's right. Saw the Emeralds get taken down 3-1. And as Salt just reminded everybody, we actually haven't seen IKV once on stream, which is kind of wild. In the regular season, they didn't really have a great showing. They actually only went 2-3 in their pool, but their pool also included their opponents here in Oasis Esports Cloud, and also, of course, I believe it's Dorado Gaming that they took down 3-0 in the last week. And the fact that they took that team down 3-0 was absolutely wild. I feel like they were blindsided by it, and see if they can recreate some of that magic here in game number 1, as they do take away that Yuumi.
I will say, this was kind of an unexpected finals for, if chat and everybody in the message board would indicate it. Everybody was hyping up Pool B, maybe a little bit of Pool A. Nobody was expecting Pool C to dump in here with 2 finalists. So, not too shabby there. I think this is awesome. We get to watch Oasis, the story coming across from the semifinals. So I think we got a nice little story brewing for us here in Imperial Knights. It's our first time we get to showcase them. What better place to do that than the finals, right? Like let's go, baby.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. As I like the idea from Oasis by taking away the Ezreal from the Yuumi. However, you can pair Yuumi up with some pretty solid ADCs. Yuumi Misfortune is actually pretty solid right now. Yuumi Jin is good. They do lock in that Misfortune. She's just so fast when you pair her with Yuumi. It's actually kind of insane.
Oh yeah, just gonna get the speed demon over there, and I would actually not be surprised if we see like a Singed top this game, just kind of thrown in there. I know Singed has been a big pick lately in solo queue to counter the rise of Tryndamere, but I think we could, with the way IKB's lineups going here, we could see some AP top, and you know what? A Yuumi Singed, that might be a little fun to watch.
Yeah, Yuumi Singed would be is always scary when you have Yuumi on those tanks. It can be pretty annoying to deal with them just because they heal so much more. With that Yuumi just buffing them up the entire time and also making Singed extra fast. It's not what you want if you're on the enemy team. But you also want to pair Yuumi with some assassins, and I like the Yone that can kind of go in, get some damage off, then get out of there, and kind of look for something once again after that. Yumi also likes to be paired along with like the LeBlanc, the Talon, Kiana, all solid options for Yumi just because they're just so annoying to deal with. On top of
Give him
having a
that
Yumi,
extra.
that's
Yeah,
always
give
going
him
to
the
be the
extra
key
speed.
phrase.
100%. Yeah, and also allows him to roam about a little bit earlier. Yumi can't quite roam herself, but she paired, like you said, with that assassin that's moving about up and down the river and inside and out the jungle. And that could be a pretty strong combination, you know, even just slow him down, provide a little bit of CC, but also some good just well-rounded team fighting ability there with the ultimate locking everybody down, just kind of set this combo up for Misfortune. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe like an Ornn even in the top lane to help with the magic damage or another bit like that. But oh man, Oasis though heavy on the tanks here. They're like, thank you very much.
That does seem to be the case. They do go ahead and lock in that Braum alongside Tom Kench and Mordekaiser. Actually, kind of makes you wonder where that Mordekaiser is going, because you'd figure Tom Kench would go top.
It's a mid.
I
It's
guess
a
that could
mid
be a mid lane
Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
he
they may have
deserves
prepared
this.
for the Yone. I could see this
Huh?
happening. I could see Oasis here preparing for the Yone, dropping the Mordekaiser mid, and that's Knights here locking in the exact opposite I would think they would want for against tanks. Now they're kind of in some trouble. I do like
Yeah.
the Lilia ban, which makes a lot more sense with what Oasis is going. I think Knights might have drafted themselves kind of into a corner here with how they're going to pick this top lane. The Yone and Nocturne are not going to combo well against this Mordekaiser mid.
Yeah, and combined with that, you do okay. So Gwen is perfect as an answer. She
A
is
tank shredder, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. I would like to see that Cassiopeia actually there. I think like an Ivern or a J4 in the jungle and a Cassiopeia top. I think that would round the things out real well. But you know, well, Nocturne, I guess a little bit of die for the Ezreal. Tells me that the Knights are kind of scared of that Ezreal. I think they're
Yeah, I mean, you look at Oasis's team, right? You take down the Ezreal as long as you haven't fed the Mordekaiser further. Ooh, that
Whoa!
does put a bit of a damper on things as
Whoa!
the Tryndamere gets locked in.
Oh boy. Wow, wildness out of here from Oasis. Yo, it's gonna be wild to see where this is going. This is gonna be a very tanky Oasis lineup. Like nobody's gonna fall very quickly. Tryndamere is not straight up a tank, but you know, he comes in there with that ultimate and gets a couple extra seconds of just invulnerability, and that's tanky enough as it is, right? He's not dead, and he's still putting the deeps out. So, whew. Yeah, I like what Oasis has done here, but they're a little damage light, especially when you consider the Knights team. But you know, an overall draft, I do like Oasis's kind of strategy on bench to Kench. I love seeing that. Love seeing more of that. But yeah, Knights is gonna be in a little bit of trouble here once the armor and a little bit of resistance is a stack on. Gwen's got that true damage as well, which is sort of countered by the health. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what Imperial does.
Yeah, for sure. Interested to see how Imperial Knights Blue are able to kind of approach this game. It will be rough. I am looking for Misfortune to go press the attack. You can go Comet. It's okay. Against Ezreal, I could forgive it, especially. The only issue for me is that later on, it feels like you want to go. You would want to have that press the attack. You would want to have that crit build. I think for sure. Even if you can take Arcane Comet, but you need to go the crit build either way after that, because you absolutely 100% need some form of tank shred. And even then, it's going to feel real rough for you doing damage because they're probably going to be building against you, Yone, Nocturne.
Yeah, so Knights here is gonna have to rely on this Gwen Yone to just shred through these tanks, and just hopefully this Nocturne gets ahead and just pushes it in on the Ezreal. Otherwise, he's just gonna be a potential just split push factor later on in the game. I think it is gonna come down to a vision here and this Gwen and how he plays. Like the Yone's okay on some of the tank shred, but in all reality, Knights just have almost all of their eggs in that Gwen basket for handling the rest of the team.
Yes.
So Misfortune here, it should be able to stack up on the damage, but you know, overall, when you think of a tank shred and 80 carry, Misfortune definitely doesn't usually come to mind. So, you know, I do like what Knights was doing. I think they maybe got countered a little bit here in the draft and then didn't react appropriately to it. But you know, it still could come out, right? Like the Braum is gonna block a whole bunch down there, but given a good laning phase, good double shots, and just a farm focus, the Ezreal's not going to be too much of a factor if you kind of pressure some of the early Drakes and maybe some early jungle invades to try to find some kills, get your Nocturne and Yone running on the bot side of the map. I could 100% see that as being nice kind of strategy into winning this game, but I do think they probably got outdrafted here.
A little bit. It is rough when you have all these squishy champions against all these tanks. And I think the Tryndamere really rounded it out. I feel like that's what threw everybody for a loop because, as you said before, we saw the Tryndamere. The Mordekaiser did seem like that mid lane answer to Yone, but then they kind of flipped that on its head, right? They picked the Tryndamere, and that's a really solid flex too, because you put the Tryndamere now against the Gwen, and Gwen would have rather had anybody else. She would have rather had the Mordekaiser, the Tom Kench. The last person she wanted in her lane in that situation was someone like Tryndamere or anyone, any kind of like split pushing champion that can do just as much damage as she can and can actually win against her in a 1v1. So I really like that pick for
Plat plus solo queue has Gwen on a 45.6% win rate against Tryndamere.
Yep.
It is not a fun lane. And so they also push the Kench mid against Yone, and that's Kench favored as well, right? Like, we're not going to see too much solo kill action unless somebody completely just throws, goes balls to the wall and throw everything out the window. But the Kench is going to match up well there. Once he gets a little bit of armor, it'll be game over there. He'll be able to roam as well, kind of keep up with the Nocturne there as well. So I'm liking this. I'm a big fan of kind of more bruisier, tankier strategy as well. And I think, I think Oasis has a solid look here in game one. But, Knights, if they can function out, they function out. They're going to have to isolate some people. They're not, which is kind of awkward to say when you have Yumi Misfortune, but I think they're really going to try to look for, they're going to try to need to find those 3v3s where it's just not a massive bodies coming at them. Like, you do look at Oasis and their 4 melees and then Azrael, right? So, like, there is the potential that if you juke, dodge, duck, dive, and dodge enough, right, that Oasis can't put damage out in the fights. Now, that's not likely to happen, right? But there is always the possibility of that. So I think Knights is going to be more beneficial to kind of keep those isolated fights and just try to chip away at damage. Just focus down the heaviest damage dealer in front of them, and then just kind of kite it away after that and see what you can. But once you start stacking in the middle of all these bodies, they start body blocking for each other, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if Oasis are able to pull that team comp off, or if IKB can maybe find that early game lead. But before we do, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a quick break. The predictions are open, though, so get those in.
Oh, I'll get my prediction. Ooh,
absolutely.
Yeah. Give me all those channel points. Keep voting for IKB. Let's go.
We'll be back with you guys in just a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions pray the one falls, stably the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the series, the first game of the series between Imperial Knights Blue and Oasis Esports Cloud. On the blue side, funny enough, we actually have the Imperial Knights Blue, and on the red side, we have Oasis Esports Cloud. So all the colors match up, very simple for everybody. We do see a bit of an invade happening in the top lane. We'll see if anything comes of this one. I don't think it will. Gwen should be able to, yeah, Gwen spots that out immediately. They weren't expecting Gwen to be late to the 5-point.
Susses it. She sussed it out. She got it. But before we go too crazy, thanks, Noah. I saw your comment there. It is the best look. You know, you gotta show up for the grand finals, right? Just like everybody else there sitting in chat. Thanks everybody for coming in. But yeah, you gotta look fly for a fly game. Is that what the hip things say nowadays?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, we're gonna see this Nocturne try to match that flyness. Same with Yumi, right? Just a lot of flying champions. We'll make it work. No, Halloween's coming up, so I had to get a costume ready.
Yeah.
You know, got that on. I look like my costume this year is a successful person because you got to dress up with how you're not. So you know.
Didn't do a costume for this, but I do have a costume in general because you know I'm dressing up too. I'm going as a Chris Pratt Mario. So it's Chris Pratt's outfit from Jurassic World with a Mario hat, mustache, and gloves.
Oh, there you go. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a casting decision. We'll see if it turns out in the long run or not. Get your predictions going on that one there, fellas. Because that one's still, the jury's still out on that vote. But you know what? The jury's not out on an awesome series that, you know what? We may get 5 games if some of the quarters and semis kind of say anything. Like I'm expecting some awesome back and forth gameplay tonight. So I am getting hyped. I hope everybody else is.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to get hyped for this one. As a trade in the top lane, this is actually when Gwen could maybe win it if she had Ignite, but she doesn't. Flash forward from the Tryndamere is going to be first blood going over to Oasis in the top lane. Mommy's guy picking that one up for himself as this is going to be a very, very rough lane.
It's going to be a rough lane for Visions. Yeah, Vision did not see that one coming, so he did end up giving up first blood, and he's going to find himself very sad in this lane.
Yup.
He'll have a couple minutes here of control still, even though he took an L, just because he got all the refillables back and has the minions in the lane. But you know, as long as Mommy's doesn't give too much up, it's really not gonna help Visions too much.
You know, I do think that is really that's the lane 100% that you needed to win or to at least go even for the rest of the game. If Tryndamere starts being able to just bully this Gwen around and stop her from farming, then it's not gonna be a good game at all from the side of IKB. However, she's still stronger than him for now. It's just that when he hits 6, she does not get to lane anymore. It's just not allowed.
Interesting choice here from the jungler on Oasis. Opting to try to get some damage there in the mid lane. Not fighting for the top crab, which was smart because the Gwen definitely had priority there. But spent a lot of time mid to then now transition over the crab. So he's going to lose some jungle camps for that. And that's going to give Dorwi the objective lead in this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to quickly start taking those, you could kind of call Scuttle Crab a neutral objective. It's the earliest one in the game. Those first ones are pretty good. First ones did get nerfed though, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you still gotta give your life for those crabs though, right?
Absolutely.
The shields definitely matter. You gotta give everything you can for that crab. A good spot there for Mommy's guy to.
It's like a dive. I don't know if he's necessarily. They don't really want to go in. The fear finally comes out, but the teleport is ready from the Tom Kench. Teleport not coming out from the Yone. Yone is actually staying in place. Now they're going for the kill. Maybe the knockup's going to come through. Gwen just barely able to dodge away from that one. Is still running away. Braum coming from the base to help. They are very low. Yone is able to walk up first, though. Mordekaiser is nowhere to be found. They decide to let that one go because Yone has that first walk. And they get away with what could have been a very messy play, but they also get a summoner spell from Sergeant Hades out of the way.
Yeah, they did get the teleport, which was really nice, but it kind of just makes up for Visions not having his. And really, the only reason they get away with that is because Mommy's hasn't back yet, and he was missing a lot of health. So once that Tryndamere gets back and gets to the fountain, get some items, it's going to be super scary. But that was definitely not a dive they wanted. It was a great spot out there by Mommy's guy to see the Krugs being taken to let his jungler know, like, hey, don't come up to this side of the map, which I think he still did. But other than that, that could have been Sergeant Hades just taking over the game in the tank role as that dive continued. So Wise back out there by the Knights, and once they started dipping, they weren't in too much trouble after that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how the spot lane progresses as thank goodness for Guardian, because if there was no Guardian there, that Ezreal would have just taken a fat chunk of damage. Fortunately
love
for
it.
him, that's not the case.
Yeah, you gotta love that Guardian. Just all those extra stats, shields, just keeping you nice and healthy, nice and fun. Speaking of shields, look at that, Bra. Lovely on the shields.
Does pop it a little early though, so they are able to get some return damage as well. Double up on that on those backline minions could be bad, but now they're going back in, trying to find the stun, and just a few more seconds. There it is. It's the Mordekaiser is trying to look for something. Teleport coming in from the Yone though, as the flash comes out from the Misfortune, the E, trying to block as much damage as possible. Flash forward, the Q. Is it enough? Just barely not, as they're going to heal up this Misfortune a little bit more. Meanwhile, Sergeant Hades did go in onto the Yone, trying to find some damage as well, just trying to stop that teleport. Did a really good job of doing so. As meanwhile, we see Mommy's guy trying, does have, oh wait, actually had his ultimate popped up in the top lane, funny enough, by Gwen's ultimate. So now Gwen winning this lane pretty hard, I'd say. Being up that ultimate is way more important for the Gwen.
Yeah, Mommy's guy is not quite respecting his opponent enough. Maybe just thinks he's super high up. I will say though, that was a great stop there by Sergeant Hades to prevent that Young from coming in. But even the teleport alone provided just enough hesitation for the jungler on Oasis to allow his ADC to get out. So even though he did burn the Summoner spell, he did save a death, and I think that's a trade you will take and be happy about it. So not too shabby there. But Hades showcasing that he was a level down and still able to kind of stand toe to toe against Yon. That just goes to show the power of Bramblevest, even a nerf Bramblevest at that. So used to be a lot stronger, and I think Yon is definitely very happy that that is not old Bramblevest from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, for sure. That being the old Bramblevest would be much more painful for the poor Yone. Meanwhile, we do see those play to steel caps up on the top lane completed for the Gwen, which means Tryndamere is going to have an even tougher time, as he is stealing the Grump away, trying to get something back for both his team, or both himself and his jungler. Meanwhile, Yone does not have E available to him, so he is in a bit of a dangerous place. Does get eaten right up, as now Nocturne going to come in, though. This could be a good play for the side of IKB, trying to find their first kill of the game on to the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench going to W out as the ult goes through the Death Realm. It is done, though, as now Yone just barely going to live and get himself a kill, but a snipe from downtown. Louis Vuitton picks that one up as Braum is now in the mid lane as well, trying to find the kills. Is going to tank up a tower shot. That's going to be all he's able to do, though. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tryndamere has that ultimate back up. Gwen has hers as well, though, trying to find the damage, trying to pop. Oh, he does miss the ult, and now he's going back in. That could be a fatal mistake. Mommy's guy doesn't want to pull the trigger quite yet, doesn't believe he has enough damage to out-trade this Gwen.
Yeah, wildness there in the mid lane. There's no way Dorui saw the Mordecai just sitting there in the bush and winning it. And I almost think that if maybe it was just a straight up 2v2, that Oasis comes out with both kills there. It's hard to tell. Ooh, we have a DC as I talk about it. We'll get extra time.
That was there was a pause because we did kind of buffer it a little bit. We waited an extra little bit, so
all right,
and we
so
still get the buffers, baby. Let's go. That's how we're going to see. Nocturne fear up this Mordekaiser being taken to about quarter HP. Uses the shield, tries to find the kill back, but the smite comes through from Nocturne to keep himself alive. Is now Sergeant Hades in the action as well. He's going to blast himself over the Nocturne, as now Tryndamere is going to collect himself a kill as well by flashing over that wall. Just 2 autos, all it took. Now Tahm Kench back in the mid lane.
Solid response from Oasis. Yeah, solid there. Great collapse. Great team communication coming down there. That's good to see. I like seeing that from teams, especially in the finals. This is the time to be on point. But yeah, in that mid lane, before I ran out of time on that point. I really do think Oasis might have been able to take a 2v2.
I'm going
Straight
to need
up.
to resync because I'm behind the stream that I'm watching, which is very
no.
bad. So we'll be right back as the bullet time comes. Okay, there's nothing here. We'll be right back.
Well, we are going to watch Trinamir and Gwen go at it here real quick.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and
Hey everybody, welcome back. Sorry about the little bit of complications that we just had with the kind of bug where if there's a pause, the entire spectator starts buffering a little bit. We are going to see a fight in the top lane though. Trinamir going in onto the Gwen, trying to do as much damage as possible, is getting her very low. Is low himself though, will have to pop the ultimate. There it is, as he's able to find that solo kill. But now Nocturne is here for the response. Will be able to maybe get the kill, does have ult available, finds the shutdown in the top lane.
Great return there by Dorweave. Well timed on his positioning. I think he may have saw that coming because he ran up there pretty quick. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. So great response there. Great communication. And you know what? Great try there by Mommy's guy. You know, he's already starting to pop. And he's looking good up there, right? That's scary now for Pigeons. Got the first pick, got that solo kill. Now he's starting his tower dive. And if I'm Visions, if I'm Gwen, I'm like, hey guys, Yone, Nocturne, I need some serious help. Get your butts up here and just help me survive. Just kind of stem this bleeding. Bring some bandages with you, and just because we are hemorrhaging out of the top lane right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As Yumi is going to be ulted up by the Mordekaiser. Might have been a bit much, as now Misfortune is going to have to run up to possibly save her support if she's able to hop on. Yumi was surviving for longer than she ever should have been able to, as now Yumi is going to go down. Misfortune probably should have walked closer to the wall so she could just W over from there.
You know, I'm okay with Harry just staying safe there. You know, you don't really want to walk up into 3 with the ult just kind of making sure that Yumi couldn't get out. So I am okay with playing safe there. It was a good shot.
Now there's a fight in the top lane as Gwen is looking for a tap. Is not going to be able to find that though. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Misfortune could be caught out. Flash coming out from her as the Braum does so as well. The ultimate going to swing wide. The flash forward. The auto attack is going to find its mark. And Louis Vuitton picks himself yet another kill. As now a dive in the top lane. This time might go a little bit better. The ultimate is available for the Trinamir. Now he's going to try to chase them off. If he stays under tower, he will most likely die. Could get a trade back in though. His Nocturne's going to go under the tower, and they almost cleanly are able to do it. But Nocturne is stuck under the tower, has nowhere to go, and will go down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, now see Yone trying to look for some damage. He's not going to find anything, but Gwen has found the first tower, and that is more than worth a Nocturne going down for sure.
Yeah, Nocturne found his own little shutdown there, so... Or no, excuse me, the Trinamir found his own little shutdown there on the Nocturne. And, you know, meanwhile, though, you gotta always keep an eye on the rest of the map. Meanwhile, that dragon went down, and so Oasis not stopping on the macro. You can't hold him back. You can try, but you won't be able to, because they're just, you know what, they're like, okay, you want to do these skirmish, you know, isolated fights over here, you want to try to dive over there, well, we'll just take these dragons. You know, all sorts of other stuff, so... Great returns there, and they're doing a solid job. You look at the farm and whatnot.
And we're going to see Yone going in on to the Tom Kench with the Gwen from top lane, but not going to amount to too much. So they have to start backing out once again. So everything kind of turns back to normal. Going to see possibly something happen around mid again. That's where Nocturne is at the moment. You can see him on your minimap. Taking away those Raptors. Could look for a play top lane as well, considering there's no tower, no ult. Maybe ultimate available for Tryndamere. I can't really tell. I think that's up.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I want to hit on this Ezreal here a little bit before we get into too much craziness. We looked down there, right, and we knew Ezreal was going to play safe. We didn't realize he was going to be 2 kills to the positive and 20 CS safe as well. So that's pretty well done there. You know, a large part of that's thanks to some of the ganks and other business. But you know, you can't discredit that part of Oasis. That's their game plan, and it's working right now, right? Their game plan is Trend and Ezreal, and literally everybody else is to support that. And right now, look at where the kills are. Trend, Ezreal. Ezreal's got himself a 150 gold on his head. Trend had a shutdown there for a little bit, but this is exactly what Oasis wants to be doing.
Oh, Misfortune could be in some trouble. Does use the bullet time to get rid of that minion wave.
Great
that might be enough to dispel them, as now double TP coming through. Nocturne ultimate as well, as everybody's here from IKB. Tom Kench getting so low. That shield is going to be so much. Speaking of a shield, also Braum is here. So they managed to fight through that Braum. They find the damage onto the Tom Kench, as now Gwen is shredding through everybody. Hops over the wall. Will get stunned up, though. Yumi is keeping her healed up. No teleport was available from the Tryndamere. Does not have that. Has flash and ghost. Meanwhile, now the Ezreal trying to find some damage, trying to survive under his tower. Will he be able to do so, though? Nocturne trying to make sure he doesn't take too much poke damage. It's now Ezreal realizes his only way out was to try to find the kill, but it's just not enough. He's going to go down under his own tower, as now Misfortune's going to pick herself up her first kill of the game.
Yeah, look at that. Got 3 kills there in the bot side of the map. Pretty well done. I think Stickers and Louis came back and kind of gifted us some candy. You know, it's Halloween time, right? Got to give the candy out. Got to give the treats. And they definitely gave the Knights a treat there. Just a couple, 600 more gold that they really didn't need to give away. But it looked close there. Hades almost dipped. So I like the effort. I like the attempt. But you do definitely have to know when that house isn't giving out any of the good stuff and come back with your TP later. But right now, Knights is staying in it. I thought we were ready to see a slide towards Oasis. They were doing well on the macro side. They were doing well on the safe side in the just the game plan. Speaking of which, Mommy's guy nailed a tower down top. First tower down, so well done there. Didn't get plates for it, but still got, the first turret gold, which is exactly what they're looking to do here. Just let that Tryndamere split, get some gold, get some items, get big, come back later and clean up, get all these squish members, and meanwhile, take all these dragons while you're at it. So, Knights is hanging in there. They're doing better than I initially kind of expected after watching that early game, but Oasis, I think, is still in control. They are down 2k gold. I will mention that. And Gwen did just find some gold, but you can still have to shred through these tanks, and that's not going to be an easy thing to do.
No, it will not be, as we're going to see the rest of IKB trying to push forward here, but we do have everybody from the side of Oasis here as well, as it will be an engage. Nocturne ultimate going to come out as well, as he's on the back line now. Ezreal has for his life. Is it enough, though? Tryndamere also on the back line trying to do so much. Is his ultimate going to be enough, though? Ooh. It will be, as his E as well. Flash forward from the Misfortune might have been a little too aggressive, but the Ezreal will go down. Gwen and Misfortune fighting for their lives. Might be able to find a kill. Double kill onto Misfortune, but Misfortune finds the kill onto Tryndamere as well. Meanwhile, Gwen trying to 1v3. Will it be enough? She is against 3 tanks. Not a lot of damage going to be coming through. Does find one. Will she be able to find the next one? Does E forward, trying to find damage. She does have Yumi on top of her as well. More like a 2v3. My bad is now the Tom Kench is doing a lot of damages. They won't be able to pull her in. A great W from the Gwen. She's going to be able to farm these minions up very safely. Get this under tower. Is all the way back to full. Should not be looking for another fight, but that's That's why Gwen is going
Gwen's
to
the
be
answer.
very scary in this game.
Yeah, Gwen is the answer. Once it got, we saw that body blocking start where they're just stepping in front of each other, being pains, and kind of doing Oasis things, and all of a sudden, got down to the 2v2, and you know what? Gwen Yumi looks like it beats Mordekaiser Kench pretty handily. So
Yeah.
solid there. I'm a big fan about that. And you know what? We pretty much just got the case of Oasis needs to recognize if Tryndamere and Ezreal go down, hey, maybe it's time to call this fight and come to fight another day. Just let this one go and come back later, get some camps or farm or reset or whatever you need to do, and then come back because they don't win the extended bit against the Gwen specifically.
Yeah, for sure. As now Misfortune could be in some trouble. Could look for the dive if any of those cues from the Braum were able to land. I feel like that could have been extremely bad for Misfortune. The mid lane being alone does have teleport not available. Sorry, they do have the Nocturne ultimate available. However, could have looked to help, and I feel like that's what they were mostly afraid of. So now we're going to see that Rift Herald be he'll go back home. As Yone trying to look for an engage, did use the E already, is not going to be able to look for that damage. The ultimate from the Nocturne may be a little bit aggressive, but the Yumi ultimate is going to help him get so much damage down onto the Braum. Braum, bullet time will be taken down as teleport is coming through from the mid laner. As now Mordekaiser trying to find this damage onto the Misfortune. Misfortune just being taken so low into the Death Realm as well. Now Yumi does get onto the Yone. Yone doing what he can to find the kill onto Ezreal, just not able to do so. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I believe that is Gwen taking some turrets in the mid lane, though. That should be all she wrote. Gwen is, in fact, in the bot lane, pushing away still. Might be able to go onto the next turret as well. Flash forward the Q as well. Ezreal getting so low.
Nice.
The E back is enough to find the kill with ease as Tom Kench is not able to return it. And that's the power. That is the annoyance of the Yumi and the support role.
Yeah, that's that awesome Yumi on top of a very mobile assassin.
Yes.
You can this helps out at such a distance, right? Doesn't need to worry about her own safety. I can just ride the train right back. So
Yeah,
funny stuff.
I think that's a big part of why they didn't need to tank this game, right? Is because they have Yumi, they have that healing, and when you don't respect what that champion can really do, yes, you did build grievous wounds, but Yumi can still heal so much as well as other people building now an immortal shield bow. When you have a bunch of those healing items stacking on top of each other, that 40% doesn't cut it, and it feels like you need even more. And even when you have that 60%, it still just feels so low. Like it does not matter what you're doing at that point. So we'll see if they're able to try to turn it around from here. If the anti-heal items will be enough later on. For now, don't have any of that build. And something else that I want to point out is we see 4 plated steel caps coming through, which I think, like, I definitely understand the idea. You want to negate the damage from the Yone, the Nocturne, the Misfortune, but Gwen's the one who's going to be ripping through everybody, and you haven't really built for her at all. Bull time will come through, but the bot lane of Oasis will be able to just leave that one. Will be fine.
Just a lot, a little bit of testing, jabbing back and forth here. Just kind of like, okay, are they vulnerable here? Are they vulnerable there? So far, both teams kind of look pretty solid in all the areas. A little bit there mid, a little bit there in the bot lane, with Hades there. So kind of just back and forth. Nothing too scary or too wild. I think we're still waiting on some critical aspects of the game, but we will point out that Knights is slowly but surely climbing up in the gold league. They are a solid 4K up now, right? If you just remember a few minutes ago, they were 2K. Well, more than a few minutes, but several minutes ago, they were 2K gold up, and they've doubled that. So they are on a steady incline, and we're kind of starting. This will really be the point if they just take this and run with it and kind of just stomp the game out from there, or if these tanks will be able to stabilize. If we get another 10 minutes into the game and the gold is even, and or still only with no change here, with no volatility, so it just stays at that 4K, this could be indicative of an Oasis kind of scale through and just out bruiser.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see if this I believe it's Imperial Knights blue, if they're that comp. I forgot what the first word was. As we're going to see them start walking on down, trying to take control of this dragon pit, find that vision around it. They will be able to do so with relative ease. Oasis Esports Cloud, very afraid of walking in here. Meanwhile, they kind of left the upper part of the dragon pit, as now Oasis just kind of walked in and took dragon control for free. So I feel like IKB walked a little bit too
This could
far
be
away
the
from
deciding
play.
fight here, Shogun. This could be it.
Oh, absolutely. As now Gwen is going in, trying to find that damage down. Nocturne ult is coming out. Great Yone ult as well. That's not the one you want to be focusing. Bullet time going to come through as well. Tryndamere will go down though at the end of that one. As now Ezreal trying to do damage, trying to find it all. As now Yone, Nocturne, and Misfortune are the ones alive. And those plated steel caps will be coming in handy. Very much so now. As the Gwen is dead. That was the most important one.
Yeah, it's 2v3 right now, but Oasis still has control with only the 2 members. This is wild. Look at the strength.
Oh, but that's a teleport coming through from the Yone. Was able to get that back off. As now Lucian is trying to find the kill. Is not able to do so. The Q just barely misses. Almost finds the outplay. As they have to leave this situation. It's just not good for them. As that was a... that happens. Sometimes you're feeling the adrenaline. Your mouse moves a little bit too far up. You miss the minion wave. Does happen sometimes. As Ezreal will be able to collect that one nonetheless. But
yeah, that was
such
wild.
a tense game.
That was a tense moment for both teams there. And I'm a little sad. I was a little sad to watch Mommy's guy kind of dip out through that fight to try to stay alive instead of getting another auto attack in or two. 1 or 2 more crits could have made or break that for Oasis there. So kind of hope the students run more forward. Just get the damage in on that Misfortune or on that Yone instead of trying to keep his own self alive. I think he's definitely incentivized to go in there and just get as much damage as he can get in. Shouldn't worry about the death. I think sometimes you gotta play selfless and just who cares about your scoreline? Get in there and do it. But well done there from Knights. I liked the call of back and TP in there by the Yone. So that was some good communication there because they were getting bodied out in the 2v3 thanks to those health bars. But taking that second to reset was very important.
Could be a play on the mid lane now as Ezreal has to run away. Double up is not going to be able to find its mark though. Not the one that they wanted to. Is now Tryndamere is going to be feared away. Does not have to pop ult, I believe. He's able to keep that one for himself. He does. As he will still have to leave the area though. Meanwhile, this could be the time to engage. Tryndamere is not able to join the fight right now. Does not have teleports. You know that it's doable. They don't want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Mommy's guy's got to be a little bit careful here on his trends. He's got to take a little bit better looks on some of these. If he dies, it's just cuts Oasis kind of out at the knees. And he needs to either needs to be there for the team or put pressure on the map. And if he's taking these random fights in the jungle, he's not putting any pressure down. He's not accomplishing any sort of threat.
Nocturne Ultimate's going to come through. We'll be on to Tom Kench though, as the Ezreal is being dove on by the Gwen, is going to be eaten up though. As now, so much damage coming through onto Gwen. Gwen going to have to pop her stopwatch. Bull time is coming through, doing so much damage as well. Will be taken down though. Gwen is taken down by the Tom Kench as Misfortune just not able to find the damage as Tryndamere does use his ultimate to get away and will be just fine. The rest of Oasis will be resetting now though, as IKB should be able to find this tower. Even if they didn't win the fight, they could at least win themselves an objective. And that might end up being a win in and of itself, as now the Mordekaiser are in a bad situation trying to find the plays, but everybody, you got to remember, from Oasis is still up. As now, yeah, the flank does come through as they're looking for it. Misfortune going to get very low, will be taken down, will be shut down by the Mordekaiser. As now Tompkins going forward, trying to find that slow, is not able to do so though. Ezreal going to come through as now Yone trying to go in, do a little bit of damage with that E, not able to get too much more though. As now Oasis is turning their sights onto the Baron.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. Great flank there at a Hades and great tongues, you know. I only get a second here to really talk about it, but that was well done. That's kind of what Oasis was trying to do, just get bodies in there and let the
but we're already back in, unfortunately. The Nocturne gonna get very low, will be taken down as they are able to find a very important kill onto the jungle. Now Gwen trying to get in here, trying to find the damage. If you can find the Ezreal, find the jungler, it would be huge going in. So much damage coming through, and they managed to find the shutdown on The Braum is so low. Tryndamere so low
Just
as well.
reset.
Does have the ultimate available. There it is. Maybe able to find the kill. E over the wall. There it is. Is able to take that one down. Meanwhile, Braum has to back off. Tryndamere
There's
has to back off.
4.
Everybody has to base. The Baron has been stopped.
Oh man, I'm a little bit sad that Jonas didn't go and get a quadra kill there. There was 4 just about one-hit members from Oasis just waiting there, just gold ready to be handed back over, but no. Oasis with an excellent job in these team fights, kind of preventing that from coming in and just doing the whole body thing, get these big old thick boys in front of it and prevent the from the D's from dying, and all Louis has to do is just press Q, throw some down range, and if it's on Knights to get to him. If Knights don't focus him, if they decide not to target him for whatever reason, or just physically can't get there, this is gonna be Oasis's game. They are still sitting 2K down, but remember that gold lead is falling for Knights there. They were 4K. They were 4K at the about 22-minute mark. So 7 minutes later, they've lost 2, and it's looking well for Oasis, but still anybody's game, and we're just gonna get a lot of 5-on-5 action. I feel like here, Shogun. This is just evolved itself into a nice, awesome team fight fiesta.
Yeah, it's very indicative of an LTS game, actually. Funny enough, as now we are going to see a play happen on around the Dragon Pit. We're going to see Tom Kench is going to be taken down, absolutely melted by that Gwen. As your ultimate, the True Chop Barrage is going to find some damage, but it's just not enough. Tryndamere going onto the back line will be able to find a kill before he has to pop his ultimate. His ultimate's already back up, by the way, as now Gwen, his focus will be turned onto her, but now Yone should be able to find the kill unless he's able to hop over, just barely not able to do so, as Ezreal, unable to be a part of that fight at the end, does get himself away. So meanwhile, the Baron will be taken down, most likely by IKB here.
Oh no, Oasis really just gifted that back. That is exactly opposite how they want to take team fights, going in there isolated, and well done there by Knights, kind of holding some of the more important ultimates. Dorwe had a clutch ult there himself, not in terms of damage or any sort of kind of jumping on anybody, but just keeping the vision out, not letting Oasis members see what was happening to the rest of their team. It allowed them to find isolated picks or isolated fights there in the middle of that river area right before the Dragon Pit. So well done there by Imperial Knights. That's exactly how they want to take this game, exactly how they want to do these team fights. Just pick member after member. And if Ezreal and Mommies are distracted, Trent is not really going to get there. Louis has to be there as well. Like, that's the whole idea, is that the tanks are supposed to be there just to give your deeps enough time to clean through everybody and not face a threat themselves. And if they're not there, these tanks need to be a little bit smarter and just kind of hold the reins back a little bit, just kind of heal a little bit and step back and just slow it down a little bit, slow that roll, and wait for your DPS to become available, and then maybe look at taking some of this.
Yeah, definitely. That is what they're gonna have to do. See if they're able to do so. Meanwhile, are going to see possibly something brewing in the mid lane once again. There's no objective really to go for though, so I doubt that's going to happen. I doubt there's going to be anything unless IKB want to force the issue. However,
I think they're trying to. They are looking for this. They have.
that is a bullet time going point blank. Just Misfortune putting on big boy pants right now, as now Nocturne ultimate is going to come through as well. Gwen shredding through Sergeant Hades as they're going in. Yone finds a massive ultimate as well. Now not even get his ultimate off. Now Mordekaiser getting so low, will be taken down, and that's game.
Oh man, where did that come from? Knights killing it there. Wow, took the complete ace. Just found member after member, right? That's exactly what they're trying to do. They just knock people down before anybody else can be relevant. No crazy front to back. Haru was just up in everybody's faces like, I'll bullet time you. You ain't gonna stop me.
Exactly.
Just right there in melee range. And you know what? That's what happens when you're not stacked up grouped together. You're Mordekaiser's bot, your Trent's coming back through base, and you get people kind of trying to play the back and forth game there, melee in the mid lane, and boy, you're not winning that. And darn, look at Imperial Knights winning on the blue side, staying true to their name and taking game one. What a great way to start a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, we aren't doing player of the game, we're doing player of the series, so don't need to do any votes quite yet. But if we're gonna start talking about like who really made an impact in these games so far, I mean, my eyes definitely look to top and bot, right? I mean, Misfortune was able to do so much without hard engage. Yes, you do have a Yumi on you, which also allows you to play a little bit further up, but also you have the Gwen, who was just absolutely popping off this game. Just did, however, give up first blood, which sucked. But I mean,
Yeah.
even after that, I mean, you look at the I mean, just a damage alone. Yes, Yone found the place too, but I think though the one that really started blowing the game open, that really gave the side of IKB some life, was that Gwen finding that crazy like 1v or 2v3 with the Yumi, of course, in the mid lane, being able to pull that play off, being able to get those kills, basically causes the other side to go, okay, our threat needs to also be Gwen, and if you're splitting your attention a lot between the Gwen, the Yone, the Nocturne, the Misfortune, I mean, eventually, if you don't have the damage, which they really didn't with Tryndamere and Ezreal, then it's going to be really, really hard to knock all 4 of those champions down.
Yeah, they Oasis really need to focus on being tight as a group, and just staying in the 5. Like they threw Mommy's guy up there on trying to split push a little bit. He's got 238 minions, kind of showcasing that. The Ezreal, the Mordekaiser, like we saw a lot of times where they weren't all together as a team, and they were just getting picked off a little bit here and there. They would lose 3 here, they would lose a few there, and it started to stack up against them, right? So it just came back to bite them, where they had a good team composition to kind of face off against this, and they had the right strategy. Like there was even that time there, they were 4K down, and they were, winning fights. Um, and then there was a time where they had 2 members and could prevent a dragon, or were had the strength of it, but they had the right pieces in play there. I feel like they just didn't maneuver them around the board in the completely optimal way. But on the other hand, Knights did, though, right? Knights kind of stayed true to their form. They realized, it only took them a couple fights to kind of realize it, but they were like, hey, we just really need to get on Louis. We need to threaten this Ezreal and make sure that nothing goes crazy here. And if we just find these isolated members and we just take them out, we're going to win this game. And sure enough, that's what they did, even right under the noses of the rest of the Oasis team. So I think that was solidly done there, and well done by Imperial Knights. And, a great statement to make in game 1. It's always better to go to the series 1-0 than 0-1. So, now it can only go uphill from here for Oasis if it goes anywhere. But, Knights with a great grab of the momentum and a great game 1. So I'm excited to see what game 2 kind of brings.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we get into game number 2, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to a quick short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions pray the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Hello, everyone. Before we do get rolling here into game number 2 of the night, well played from Imperial Knights Blue, just popping off there, finding some great plays, especially around those choke points around that tower and especially around that dragon pit. Just great plays overall from them. But overall, what do you guys think before we do get ready for game number 2?
I thought that was pretty solid. I thought that was pretty solid from both teams. You know, Oasis didn't take the W, but they had good moments, and I you know, personally, I enjoyed their draft. I thought they had a decent look at it. But you know what? Knights kind of came out and they played to their game plan. They played to their strategy, and you know, when you do that, you're just gonna win. So they definitely had focus there, and they had a lot of communications. You saw a lot of good early teleports. You saw some well-timed position jungle roams there. So I was a big fan of that, and I like seeing that. You know what? That's really what allows, you know, makes or breaks these teams, right? Your player skill, winning lanes, none of that might not matter. You know, look at Mommy's guy in that Tryndamere. He did pretty well in his lane, but couldn't really translate that across the map as well as Visions did, and the team composition there for Knights. That's at the end of the day what ended up mattering. So if we see more of that, you know, we might see Knights take a quick 3-0 to, I know the unfortunate, nobody wants to hear that tonight, but you know what, 5-game series might be out of the question if Knights kind of keeps playing as a team and they keep coming at it and just keep rocking this thing forward. And we may just see some strength here that just dominates. And you know what, they might not have won Pool C, but hey, who cares about that when you win the finals, right? So better to show up now than not.
Absolutely. are getting a little ahead of ourselves. They've only won that first game. I do agree with you, though. They looked really good. However, I feel like a lot of their success did revolve around the pick of the Yumi. Having that enabling all your carries is absolutely mantra. So they do have to kind of adapt their play style going into this next game. And they picked Udyr
Whoa!
and Lux.
And
Oh
Lux.
my
Hello. Oh my Lanta, what is going on here?
Oh,
Really, Udyr Lux lock. Yeah, that's
okay.
just that's power right here, Shogun. They're just like, you know what? We're gonna play this. We're better than you, and we know it. That's some Globo gym
Yeah.
going on. Oh,
Usually you only
man.
pick Lux if that's really the only mid laner you can play, or I guess support you can play. If you want to try to, I do like the idea of throwing it possibly bot lane to start
Wow.
to kind of deal with the Ezreal. Because one of my favorite things to do, playing support against an Ezreal, is play anything that can poke him out and makes
Mhm.
life just absolutely miserable for him, like Karma. Lux is a good one. Xerath is a big one as well. Brand is a big one. A lot of champions that can just really make Ezreal unfun to play because you just push the wave under and you can really threaten a dive on him.
Yeah, I like that idea. And we're gonna have to see the Cho'Gath there. I feel as a response to this Irelia in a little bit. Maybe not the best in the early, like the super early bit, levels 3 and 4. But once he gets some items, get some armor, gonna be pretty decent there. And Oasis is pretty flexible here still, right? That Cho'Gath can go mid, depending on where this Irelia goes. He could go top if they have a better matchup there. Viego could throw mid, could throw top, could throw jungle, right? I guess Cho'Gath could even potentially jungle himself there. So I do like Oasis' potential flexibility on their team. And you know what? Banning away the Yone, that's a pretty smart that's a pretty smart idea. Don't let
And
me
the
know
Gwen.
the Yone
And
Gwen.
the
Hey,
Gwen.
you know what? If it worked for the other team, take away that momentum. Force them to have a deep pool. So I like that idea. Don't give them something that just worked. Force them to re-strategize, to mix it up. It's a great idea there. Now Oasis is gonna be a little bit of trouble here because they're gonna have to blind pick something here, where they would definitely prefer to know where this Irelia is going and this Lux, right? That could really make or break this draft here. But we'll see what they pick out. The timekeeper himself, Zillion, gonna reset some of this. Interesting.
Is a champion that can also be flexed. So far you do have a wide cast of characters. Can be, switched around with each other. I feel like Viego can realistically go mid jungle. Zillion could go mid support. Cho'Gath, if you really felt it, could go like jungle mid maybe. Of course, you can also go top lane. But it is going to look like they're going to just lock in Sona for their support. I guess they could play Enchanter bot lane still. You could
It could be Sona Lux bot lane.
Karma,
It could.
Sona Lux. I don't like that a lot.
Ooh.
It does.
Well, we'll see.
It would work into Ezreal, especially if it's Ezreal Zillion, which is what you got to be imagining that it is. And it is. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to lock it.
Wow.
Ooh, that's a good. Taking away Silas taking away Zillion ult is going to be absolutely massive for his team. I think that was
deep.
a solid pick.
Yeah, it is going to allow him to go deep, and it is going to be that. It's still interesting here, right? Because the Silas could match up mid or top, and Irelia could go mid or top, right? So now we got a little bit of a guessing game here by Oasis. Oasis did pick that Scion, which is going to match well into the Irelia. But might not match super well into the Silas super hard. So we'll see. I think if I'm Silas, I'd like to be up against that Cho and steal away a couple minions early on that ultimate to get some health, to kind of beef up a little bit, Oasis more of a well-rounded composition. Knights just going crazy again, just all deeps, right? We talked about it near the beginning of the season where they're like, okay, all deeps, a little bit of support, just send it, 4 deeps and 1 support. And once again, that's what we saw last game. We're gonna see it again. 4 deeps, 1 support, just kind of send it.
That is the plan. I don't know how well it'll work for them this time around. They do have a very similar idea. They do have that healing from the Sona. It's not as much healing. and it's not as oppressive to deal with, that's a Silas top, and they're going to be putting Irelia. I imagine Irelia mid. I've seen
Silas for
crazier
Sion.
things than Irelia ADC though. Let me tell you something. I doubt that's
I think
happening.
I would have. I think Irelia going top would have been potentially, if we're like super optimizing the team here, just to allow Silas onto the Cho'Gath ultimate right at 6, and then every time that comes off cooldown, so we can maybe sneak away a couple, like we said earlier, a couple health bars there, a couple more ticks on the health bar to be exact.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's still gonna do well against the Sion, right? Sion kind of gets hurt to caster kind of made. I know big answer to Sion could be like a Lysandra or somebody else up there that just likes, throwing some spells, poking a little bit, can get bruisey when they need to. It kind of just be a pain in the butt. Even though he's melee, right? He can still kind of dip out of the Sion queue, the knockup a little bit, and Visions is definitely gonna have an opportunity this game to show his stuff and kind of go off.
For sure. And I think the reason that they might be sending Silas top or Irelia mid is those are the people that can pilot those champions the best. They could always lane swap. That's never going to be out of the question. It's usually only role swapping that people have a big problem with it. So yeah, if Silas and Irelia want to swap for a better matchup, that is perfectly okay. Understand the rules correctly.
Keep in mind, Irelia does do well against Cho'Gath prior to Cho'Gath armor.
Exactly.
A case could be made here that Hades, instead of taking double ability power or adaptive power rune on the runes, he takes double armor on the runes. There's a case to be made there. Specifically just for the lane, yeah, he's gonna miss a little bit of that damage, but Cho'Gath doesn't really care too much about that extra bit of power. Now he would like the attack speed as well, right? So like he might just be looking at attack speed, armor. It's gonna hurt his damage a little bit. Well, I mean a lot of it in the early game, but it would counteract kind of Irelia's stronger points there, and really is if you can survive and just allow your VA going in. That could sometimes just be all she wrote, right? Just allow your DPS, allow your carry jungler to just sweep in there, get a kill. That's all you need to do sometimes. So we could see that here from Hades. It's not quite the League of Legends strategy at the moment. We see a lot of like roamers, big playmakers in the mid lane, and we've lost a little bit of the supporting mid lane. No more Oriannas. Kind of the Cho'Gath, all that other stuff, the Zillion mids. We've lost all that, the Karma mids, but there may be a case to say, hey, they might come back, but I am expecting this Irelia to kind of do some work unless some serious jungle help from Oasis comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also
bot lane, though, Shogun.
That's exactly what I was going to look. I was actually going to look at the bot lane because of Luxona is wild in general. As I said before, though, having a poke lane into Ezreal and especially Zillion as well is actually pretty nice. If you want to try to play like engage against Ezreal Zillion, you're sacking lane, and it's not like this doesn't work for your team either, because Sona does enable pretty much everyone on this team. I mean, imagine a Sona movement speeding all of her team, Irelia, Udyr, Silas just running at you as well, and then her setting up a really, really nice ultimate as well on top of that, and everybody just goes in a perfect world. That's like Sona finds a beautiful ultimate, and then Oasis is just crushed. But have to see if that's what ends up happening. Of course, you do have to get through that laning phase, and you don't even have to kill Ezreal. You just have to make sure that he has a hard time CSing, and I think you've done your job in this lane.
Yeah, and we'll see about it, right? So like the Lux is an okay pick. It's a little different than the normal, like say Zillion, or not Zillion, Syndra, Ziggs that you might see in the bot lane as your AP carry. So like you really have the main three, right? The Ziggs, the Syndra, the Karthus is what you see down there. And now Lux here is gonna play sort of the role, kind of like a mixed role between the Syndra and the kind of Karthus. Well, a mixed role between the Syndra and the Ziggs, to be fair, right? So not super, like, does have a little bit of range to her. Can poke a little, can poke out for sure on that E. Has a little bit of CC there, you know, it's kind of match up the Syndra / kind of the assassination bit that Lux can kind of add. So it's a good mixture. It's going to be very interesting to see if this is enough to be able to attack this Ezreal. I could see a problem here from Knights that Ezreal gets a little bit too squirrely and kind of gets out, right? You no longer have that Yone to lock him down. But really, Cypher is just going to be running at him the whole time. Well, same with the Irelia and Visions. They're just going to be running at him.
We are loading into
as well,
game
but
here.
yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a short break while we get this all synced up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Get your predictions in.
Yep.
Get 'em in.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Alrighty, everybody, we are back with you guys for game number 2 of the series between Imperial Knights Blue and Oasis Esports Cloud. On the blue side, we have Imperial Knights Blue, and on the red side, we have Oasis Esports Cloud. Once again, colors are all synced up, so things will be just fine. As now we're going to have High Point.
Oh, yeah, I see you guys voting over there. Yo, send out in your chat. Who are you voting for? Show some hype for your teams. Let's go. Game number 2. Knights up 1-0. That'll get updated here in a minute, but this is shaping up to be a pretty decent series regardless of how it goes, to be fair. So I'm a big fan. Yeah, throw out your favorite players as well in there. Let's see who really pulls it through for their team. Who's the front man? Who's the front man here? I think Louis might think he's got everything in the bag, but
So
it might be somebody else.
I do have a small issue with the comp that has been drafted from the side of Oasis, and I could be very wrong about this in general as well, but it feels like Hades is not going to be able to carry as hard on a tank. The champions he was playing really well in all of the regular season and playoffs that were actually getting banned against him was Zoe. Either it was like pig ban, and I don't believe he dropped a game onto Zoe. So I mean, putting him on a carry champion feels like that's what you would want to do. So gonna see how this Cho'Gath works out playing for the team. See if they're able to find it, or if the just brute force of IKB is enough. And just look at that damage that Silas is able to get.
Yeah,
level 1.
I'd love to see Hades kind of chew through the competition here. If he can just take a bite out of crime, kind of just munch on the Knights and get real big and carry. You can still do that on the Cho'Gath.
Yep.
It would be pretty cool. I'd be a little bit careful there, so we got a lot of looks like a lot of Oasis fans in the chat. At least they're representing. They're representing a little bit better than the Knights. The Knights guys staying quiet. They're like, hey, one game we don't have to represent too hard. We'll show up for the win and go from there. But yeah, so we'll see. I do agree with you. I think Hades probably needs to be on a poppier kind of champion, not as in poppy, but as in a more spry damage dealer. There was a lot of situations there where he was roaming and and kind of in some good positionings, had some good catches, and kind of ideas going on, but just didn't quite have the damage to back it up.
For sure. As now damage is going to come out onto the Cho'Gath, as now Aurelia should start doing a little bit better for herself. Viego looking for the gank, though. Does give himself away slightly as it does flash forward, but the W still hits. Knockup also comes through. Just a little bit more damage is enough, and they are able to pick up first blood for themselves in the mid lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Sion very close to going down the flash forward. The auto attack from Silas is able to find the next kill of the game. So close to having first blood, it's just not there. As now Lux trying to find that damage down onto the Zillion. Zillion getting very low as, yeah, Lux and Sona do a lot of early game damages now. Louis Vuitton going to E in, is going to get snared up though, albeit just fine. Teleport came through from Mommy's guy to catch this wave. That's going to be all she wrote for now in terms of action.
Wildness going on all over the map. I love the ganks here. Off to the Viego, I think they were pretty well done. You know, bot lane didn't quite get enough, but that's a lot more part due to Harrow just not over committing onto that. And top lane, you know, Sion getting a little punished for taking the corrupting potion start. Just couldn't reach in through all that and found himself chipped away instead of taking the Doran's shield. Just kind of go for more of a lazier lane when opting for the trade strategy. And you know, against Silas, I don't think it's gonna turn out too well because he just gets all that healing back. And sure enough, you know, the mage kind of caster up in the top lane AP put in work against Silas, found himself a solo kill, and that's pretty much all you can ask here from Visions, right? He got solo killed in the last game. Like, you know, and this time he returns a favor. So I love seeing this from both of our top laners. That's going to be a very big point of contention across the rest of the series of those two. So it makes for some pretty exciting League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. As well. See if there's
fight.
any more that they can get down. Yeah, Viego is running away though, trying to get out of this one. Might go down as now Udyr going in as well. Does find a nice stun from the side of Irelia to get Udyr on out of there. Now, see if anything more happens. I doubt there's going to be too much though. As both sides kind of reset and just start going back to their own jungles and go back to farming.
It's a bold move from Viego, kind of just trying to steal up some jungle camps there. You know, he was you're against the Udyr. The Udyr is gonna clap pretty hard early, thanks to having earlier access to that ult. So you got to keep that in mind. So I'm glad they at least backed out of that one and didn't try to press the issue there. But that does set the Oasis jungler behind a little bit. Cypher is just kind of running through things, and you know, as the Udyr, it's kind of as expected. So Cypher hasn't really needed to gank yet, and top lane's doing well. Mid lane's down under super pressure.
For sure. So now they're looking for the damage down onto the Silas. Meanwhile, though, Udyr comes stuns is now the Sion's in some trouble. Will be taken down. Teleport comes out a little bit late. Irelia's going to tell well, though, as now the fight will just kind of fizzle out. As Cho'Gath not going to be able to do too much. Meanwhile, on the bot side, the Ezreal and Zillion are just getting poked out as much as possible by this Sona, by this Lux. As now Viego could be in some trouble if he starts walking back towards his own jungle, though I doubt that's going to be the case.
Oh boy, Visions hit 6 there, and that was just pretty much all she wrote. That was initiated by Oasis. They came in, you know what, they had an okay look at it. It was going to be kind of a coin toss either way, but when Visions hits 6 and your top laner is not, that's going to be all she wrote. And, you know, Visions, maybe you could critique him a little bit there, not stealing the Sion ultimate, but hey, he doesn't need to, right? He got the Viego, didn't hit anybody with it, but got him close enough to still put out the deeps, and it's going to be pretty scary. Up 2-0. Now the Sion is just going to be struggling to stay alive up there in the top lane. But Knights coming across pretty strong here and just shutting down everything this Viego is trying to do.
Yeah, for sure. So we also have the jungle difference in terms of CS anyway is pretty high right now. Udyr is absolutely nasty, running through the farm, as you'd expect, though.
You would.
It is his Udyr.
You would. And, you know, Viego can counter that a little bit by getting these ganks off right and impacting the map, but besides that initial mid, hasn't really done anything besides that. You know, we just watched
Zillion going forward, flashes forward, actually. No ultimate available. stun gonna come through, gonna take so much damage though. But now they're trying to find that return damage as well. It's just not enough. As a heal came out like
mana.
once as well.
Ezreal ran out of mana, and that pretty much stopped that. Viego could have ulted and executed there and got out, but not without Ezreal mana. So, great try there, but just not quite.
Yeah, so close. It's now getting some decent trades back for himself, trying to do as much as possible. Udyr is going to steal away this blue buff and is looking for the kill as well. The ultimate, defensive ultimate comes out from Viego as he has to run away. Udyr almost finding himself a solo kill. Now they're still looking for Udyr. Bot has first walk, so the Cho'Gath takes away the blast plant, which is very important to Udyr trying to make it out. Does get that stun off. Will get stunned back in return, though. Will not be knocked up. Tries to start running it back that way. True Shot Barrage will find the kills. Louis Vuitton picks his first one up of the game. That's going to be very solid for him. Returning to the bot lane, trying to deal with this Lux and Sona whenever he's able to cash in on that money anyway.
Yeah, great collapse there by Oasis. I think Cypher was a little bit nice there. He was a nice guy. Didn't turn it right back onto the Viego and just try to clap him down. I feel like there was a chance to just get a little bit slap happy there if he wanted to, but didn't see it. Thought he could get out, and he almost made it. I'll give him credit for that. He made a good effort at it.
Nice Q on to the Ezreal. Ezreal going to be taken down to about quarter HP. Does get a nice E off. Looks could have immediately E'd. Opted not to. It's now Ezreal.
Now, so Viego, right? We got to talk about kind of that interaction, because that's exactly what happens when you're facing an Udyr and you're trying to make these plays across the map that just don't pan out, right? So Udyr, because Viego couldn't get really anything there in the bot lane, Sniper knew he could just do what he wants with the jungle. Stole out 2 camps, one of them being a buff, like, so that's a huge advantage for himself. He's sitting a whole level up already, you know, going into 10 minutes into the game, so solidly navigating through the jungle. Kind of just, you know, the scoreline doesn't quite show it, but there's definitely a jungle difference coming in right now, and Cypher hasn't even ganked yet, right? So he's only countered on ganks or run after jungle camp. So, you know, crazy to think about that. He's providing that sort of impact into the game, but he is definitely showcasing some skill right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing what he can to keep Viego from playing the game effectively, as it is taking a toll.
You know, look at damage, right? Look at damage from Oasis. It's going to be the Viego Ezreal, just like it was Trin's Ezreal last game. Just, you know, a little bit of a different right-click kind of guy on the Viego. And Knights know, hey, if we can just knock down these carries, if we can just make one of them relevant, if that, and then just find that guy in a fight and kill him, or fight when that guy's not there, we automatically win these team fights and just win the game. So I like the strategy out of Knights. I think they're doing pretty well. They're expertly kind of navigating how they need to through this game, and showcases some solid talent. So this is very fun League of Legends to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're able to accomplish any more, as this Dragon will be coming up in a minute 20 seconds. That will be the next objective both these teams start looking for. Though it is possible, though, that only one side will be able to do anything about it. We'll have to see, though.
You know, we're gonna watch this Cho'Gath start to kind of roll through the Irelia in the mid lane. Doesn't have any armor just yet, but has enough damage.
Good bit of damage from the Zilean and the Ezreal coming out. Once you get that stun, a lot of damage follows after the W, the Q, the extra ball on top of it. If he has it available as well, just going to be so much damage done, especially to squishy champions like Lux, like Sona.
Yeah, that's going to start to hurt down there. And it's only going to get worse as long as the game goes on. Great buffer there from Visions. Get through any sort of hammer attack there. Kind of just roll on. But yeah, so like the Cho'Gath, he's going to start kind of munching away. As long as he has his ult, there's nothing Irelia can do in that matchup.
Sylas trying to fight back. We'll take a good bit of damage. Viego is here as well, but so is Udyr. Udyr going in on... Now Sylas goes in on Viego's own ultimate, as now Viego will be taken down. Flash forward, the stun comes through onto the Scion. Now they're flashing under the tower. They're able to find the dive as well. A great counter gate from the Udyr, as now in the bot lane. The action has not stopped quite yet. That should be it, though.
Ooh, yeah, that was some good play differential there.
Lux, you have no mana, as the True Shot Barrage will swing wide. Will get a field goal, though, so solid job from Ezreal there. Score that one. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're going to see a lot of these plates go down. All but one will fall, as they should be able to get that tower.
That's a tower. That's
well.
great first tower there. At Knights, and at a pretty early time too. That extra plate, pretty valuable for that last plate. I like the response from Oasis to get this dragon, but oh boy, like that was a pretty nasty little 2-on-2 up there in the top lane. Just so much dipping and dodging and walking back and forth, and it was getting pretty spicy. You know, if you're like a LeBlanc or a Zed fan, you might have enjoyed that fight a little bit more than the others. Those of us also watching it. Excuse me, there language kind of dipped out of me for a second, but yeah, but you gotta be careful, right? Because Silas is gonna get all that health back, and Udyr's gonna slap early, and you know, when your Sion's already 0-2 and your Viego hasn't been able, is getting kind of starved out of the game, you gotta respect that.
Nice TP, but the E is going to swing wide. Not going to find its mark TP as well, coming in from, I believe, the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is here, but the ult has been taken from him. He's going to be eaten up. Does get ulted up by the Zillion, though, as Teleport's also going to come in from Sion, but they still get the kill onto Cho'Gath. This could end up being bad. Teleport's going to come through from the Irelia, as Ezreal will take it very low. Louis Vuitton will go down, as now Viego trying to run for his life. Will he be taken down next? Does not look like it, as IKB absolutely run through Oasis. Is now Silent trying to find a gross knockup, will not be able to do so. He's going to swing wide, as now Udyr trying to find the stun. He's running in, going to be able to find it right down onto the Sion. The E has come down from the Irelia, but the flash comes out from the Sion as he's going to be out of there. No, he will not be. He'll be taken down on the tower. Viego has to ult away, trying to find that damage onto the Irelia. Will manage to find the kill. Becomes Irelia, could look for a play, but a 1v4, that's not what you want to do, so we'll just back off.
TP coming in here though from the edge. They may not be done with this there, Shogun.
Ezreal probably should be done. The E max range as he has to arcane shift back. As now Viego running forward. If that Lux Q hits, it would have been enough. As Silas is still going in, he finds the kill. Ezreal just teleports and dies, but now guess who has become Silas? That's Viego. As now Cho'Gath's still going to be taken down. The enemy Silas coming in. Viego gets his resets, gets a double kill, trying to find the damage down. Now on to the next one. Will be rooted up though. Will be taken down by the Lux in the bot lane. As now Sion coming in, flash over the wall from the Lux. It's just not over. Yeah, they just will not stop. Sion trying to find the damage. Lux in the back position. Will Udyr be able to get there in time to save her? She's going to blast back. Zillion will be the one to find them if he gets hit by a Q. The ultimate will hit. Cleanse comes out as well. It's just not enough damage from the Lux quite yet, as Zillion will live.
Yeah, he was able to dodge the ult there last second. Boy, they just, you know what? They took Clown Fiesta to the max there. Oh my god.
That was...
This was, I have to think back a little bit, right, about some of the team coordination. That was not exactly the cleanest of clean teleports and movements there. I don't know about you, Shogun, but that was it was fun to watch, but not if you're a team manager or a coach or a strategist. That is for sure.
No, a lot of that was, it is over. Stop looking now. Do you see what Silas is doing to us? Whereas the other side is like, eventually they do kill Silas. They do finally find that kill, and then Viego's like, all right, I'm going to run through everybody. And as soon as Silas dies, I feel like IKB have the right idea. They run away, but I don't think they run away quick enough, and because of that, like, there's still some like, oh, maybe we can kite him out a little bit. No, you cannot.
They didn't want to give it away.
Kill everybody.
Yeah, they're like, we own this turf now, and they did not want to give it up. Viego got some meaty shutdowns in there. I don't know if you guys saw that. There was a 700 in there, and that allowed him to lock in that shield bow right now, and some heal cut. So finally have an answer, a tiny one for this Silas, but you know, better late than never. But man, was that a very interesting extended fight.
I think it's kind of ridiculous that Sion didn't really build against him. He built an Abyssal Mask and Merc Treads.
Oh man!
Oh my god, he did get Zillion ulted too. I didn't have the angle on it, so I didn't see that he lived at like 1 HP.
It was cut a little bit as well, but it was pretty nasty. That Lux, right? Comboing in can still put the deeps out, the burst, the assassination, and has a little bit on the CC to stay alive. So, great mix-up down here into the bot lane. I do like what Knights is doing. It was kind of maybe of a shaky look at the start, but you know what? They're playing it right, and they're kind of just sending it to the max.
For sure, as now they're going in onto this tower, trying to find that damage, trying to bring it down. As now Irelia is going to be rooted up, trying to trying to find the damage, but the
There it
Feast is
is.
going to
Yeah.
find its mark as Irelia does not win that 1v1 ever in that
No.
side lane.
And that's to be expected there with the Cho. That's why that Cho is picked there. Now, unfortunately for Hades, like, you know, his team's already 5K down, 4.5, to be more precise on it. So
Now the flash E onto the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath gonna get down.
it's gonna turn into a
Viego
fight.
trying to find something as well. Sion not able to find that knockup as now Viego's running away. Will get rooted up though. Damage coming through from the Lux. Did not quite have that ultimate off, but does now. Will be able to find the kill. Zillion doing what he can with those bombs. Just won't be enough as now Ezreal in a bad situation. Will be taken down as well as Udyr is just running through Oasis.
Well, the scoreboard's finally matching kind of the work Cypher's been doing. It just took him a few minutes to kind of match the numbers on that one, and yeah, this one's over.
It looks
It's
pretty
looking
rough.
that way.
Um,
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Now I do like Knight's collapse there. I'm not 100% a fan on Oasis's kind of response to it in collapsing in. They really just didn't have the best of angles there to kind of keep their DPS alive, right? Both Viego and Ezreal were split from each other, and they kind of want to play it more front to back, if anything. Kind of just try to kite out this Udyr when they can, but you know what? In those tight jungle spaces right now, just allow the Lux to kind of do her business too. Yeah, you're not gonna be very happy campers after that one. And Knights just rocking through the momentum from game one, right? Like we love this. It's a little bit stronger of a showing than game one, so I'm a big fan of that. But Oasis, they really need to figure something out, right? This is gonna be a much quicker series than I was hoping for.
could end up being very short, just like IKB's last series that they won 3-0. Could be looking at a 2-0 here. Could have ended up cursing it just now. If Oasis comes back, I
Might have.
apologize.
Yeah, might have.
We'll have to see. I don't know. I just think this Udyr and the Sylas are just wreaking too much havoc.
They are going ham. Udyr just slapping away. I love it. You know, just coming in here and just smacking Oasis to the next game. That's exactly what's happening. He's just like, what?
Pretty much.
He's like, go on, get now. And sure enough, they are going on getting back to the fountain. That gray screen just, you know, that's unbearable is really what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to see Udyr trying to look. Does get slowed, does get stunned, and is taking so much damage, but guess who's taking a little bit more as the Zillion ult is going to go down onto Viego. Will be revived as now Cho'Gath trying to win this 1v1, but Sylas has the ult too. The Feast comes through, and Sylas is so low. Is he able to find the heal? He has 2 stopwatches as his team is in the area, but guess who has become Sylas? That is Viego. Viego doing so much damage as well. And now, this is Oasis's time. This is the fight that they needed. Udyr running forward, and that is Viego Udyr. But now Irelia going in, has the ultimate available. Will still go down, though, as now the Sion not going to find its mark. Flash comes through from Irelia. Now, Cho'Gath also going over the wall. Meanwhile, Lux finds so much damage down onto Ezreal. Ezreal still pushing forward, though, has the flash available. Mystic shots coming through. Irelia trying to find an angle back into the fight as Cho'Gath, looks for the knockup as well with the Sion. Ezreal just barely doesn't go down as now Lux trying to find those Qs, just not able to do it. Ezreal just barely lives. He's on like 1 HP. Somehow, some way, he does not end up falling, and now they're looking for even more knockup. Gonna go down. The Feast comes through once again. It's back up as Lux is down.
Hades is hungry for a win.
Wait, a flank from the Sylas as he's going in now. It's not over yet as he's trying to find the kills. He's trying to avenge fallen team members. It's just not gonna happen though. Not enough damage coming through as now the fight is over.
If they stick around long enough, Cypher will make it back to it. Oh my gosh, these teams just want to throw down on the Rift, and sure enough, they are throwing down. Hades is hungry. He's munching through some bodies. And really, this is kind of all on the back of Hades here, right? If Oasis take this win, they have to give a lot of credit to their mid laner there, who just set that up. 1v1 the Sylas, and then just kept rolling through the rest of the team and just being that front line, that body, while also representing the damage. So that was huge there. I think that's exactly what Oasis needs to try to recreate if they can. It's going to be hard to do, right? Because Knights kind of just threw themselves at Oasis there in the jungle. But at least it's a little bit of life. It's a little bit of life back. Knocks the gold lead down a little bit, but now we're only 4K again, and we may have cursed it. We may have cursed it there, Shogun, saying that this
Maybe.
one was over for Knights. You know what?
Maybe.
I'll give Oasis credit. I give credit where credit's due. They're not counting themselves out, but
Exactly.
they gotta watch out for this Lux. I'm ready to watch her just delete somebody, even though she doesn't have a very good skin. All right, I'll say that. I'll just throw that out there. Where's the Elementalist? Where's the Spell Thief? Come on.
Listen,
Converse is
not
okay.
everybody's rich.
It's
Not everybody
Converse
has
okay.
$30
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Take an extra couple shifts.
Hey,
Spend another hour
Sona
or
doesn't have
two.
Pentakill or
I-
DJ Sona, so
I'm
like
hearing you.
points
Yes.
off for that one too.
Spend a couple extra minutes, get yourself up. Our rally's got the nice project
the poor-
skin.
Oh God, As the poor little Poro, our arcade Poro ward, mind you, does get just smacked by that Scion. So brutal.
Yeah. So all I gotta say, sometimes you gotta flare out for the team. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Don't leave everybody all
Yeah,
high
I mean,
and dry on a fashion.
you don't buy yourself a skin if you want for the team. The team buys you a skin when you carry. That's how it works.
Exactly. You could do that. I think those days of League are maybe kind of gone, but in reality, you buy yourself a skin so that your opponent knows you mean fucking business. Excuse the language, but you gotta tell them like, hey, this is not gonna be an easy match for you. Nothing like a skinless guy to say, hey, I'm ready to roll this guy.
We trucking along. Absolutely. That's what was actually said there. Don't go back and check.
You're right. They're driving. They're trucking. That's exactly what's happening. But driving themselves kind of just into a stalemate here is really what's going on.
Does seem
good for the Ezreal.
Oh, well, hold on a second. As now Silas wants to find that angle, launches. Maybe have to pop his ult. Does actually get a zillion ult for Silas. Silas pops it a little early. It definitely didn't need to quite yet. Was worried that the damage was just going to get layered. As now True Shot Barrage misses its mark, but does find the Lux instead. And I keep thinking that Soraka, even though there's no Soraka in this game, look, that skin just looks too much like it.
It does. And the surprising thing here is that Knights is not super pressing in on their siege advantage with this Lux. There is absolutely no answer that Oasis has to wave clear through these lanes, or to wave clear through this and prevent themselves from getting just sieged out. So, especially with Lux having the blue buff, I'd love to see that more often. Break this tier 2 in their mid, and start looking at these camps and wards inside the top side of Oasis' jungle. But you know what? It's okay. Knights, they don't have to super press this, right? They can afford to slow it down a little bit. Wait for the next couple of dragons to come up and maybe kind of hint at a Baron. But the longer they go, though, it gives Oasis time to just kind of find these golds and try to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're able to claw their way back into this game. I will say that fights are only really breaking out over objectives like the Dragon, like possibly the Baron. And even in the last game, really only felt like they were fighting around objectives, not really taking unnecessary ones unless it meant that they could end the game faster, which is how IKB won so suddenly. In this game, it's weird though, because I feel like the fights have slowed down slightly, but when there's a fight, it does not end for like a minute afterwards.
It makes up for the fact that there's no other fights going on.
Exactly.
I do like this Baron. We're going to see this show get jumped on.
Yeah, Cho could get CC'd here. Does actually pop the flash, the ultimate from
trade.
Sona.
Oasis loves that trade. Now they need to put the pressure on.
Yeah, they need to start walking back up to this Baron. Maybe even look for a fight as Viego's going in, but the very low from the standpoint of the Cho'Gath. As now Cho'Gath is trying to fight through, trying to find an ultimate down, but can he protect the team is the question. He will go down. Zillion will manage to bring him back though. The E slightly mistimed, but the Cho'Gath still goes down on the back end of that one. Meanwhile, the Scion has to run for his life, but he's going to go down as well, and with no front line means the rest of the team has to run away. Zillion does not have ultimate available, is getting so low, but now Silas has an ultimate available, and it's Zillion's. It's now he's just running through everybody, but he doesn't. He lives though with the W.
Yeah.
No way. Well, Viego's gone.
He dipped out. I don't blame him.
I'm sure he'll be back soon. I hope that wasn't a pause that ended up happening. The buffers will start, and I will not be a fan of that one. As he's
Yeah,
back,
he came back.
it's
He came
fine.
back. So I will say that was a great job there by Haru, who's not going to get too much credit in that fight because that really was the Udyr Silas show, but kept Louis on the wrong side of that fight and just prevented, kind of neutered the Ezreal damage a lot there on the bottom right hand side of your screen. If you go back and rewatch that a little bit, and that kind of made a big difference in there, right? We saw Silas just get chunked out, but then once Louis' damage stopped, there really wasn't enough to handle the Udyr and the Silas regen. Then that was, all he wrote. All they had to do, Cypher took it from there, and the rest is history. They get themselves a Baron and just gonna go clean with the game, and we're gonna watch
This
Knights close it out.
That was unbelievably greedy from Irelia. They could actually
Yeah, it
collapse on
was.
this. She is
Oh,
so
boy.
much further ahead than her team. Her team needs to be beelining it to her, but the Baron recall's coming in, and she's out! She's out!
No,
But she
good
doesn't have
grief.
teleport up for this. She is running back now. They probably saw her
fine.
teleport, or at least they know, because she got there so
They know.
fast.
Yeah, they know. She got time though to get back into there. Dragon's not up for another 3 seconds, and Baron powered recall, right? Sometimes you're not good. Sometimes you just get lucky, and better lucky than good. And may have saved himself there.
Yeah, for sure. So this dragon will be going down the third ocean dragon of the game, and could you? They just sandbagged the first two. They just wanted 4 ocean drakes or mountain drakes,
that's
whichever
pretty,
ones
That's
were
pretty
available.
scary. That's pretty scary on Silas Udyr. I'll say that.
That's a lot of damage coming in from the Shogath onto the Sona. Sona's about 3/4 HP, but she's getting it right on back.
Yeah,
Fine.
with 9K gold lead, I'm not expecting that Dragon Soul to really matter here. We should watch this game get closed out.
Yes, now the True Shot Barrage is gonna fly, as that was an ultimate from Sona that didn't really hit anybody, but now to him is will go down just in time for them to still resurrect him.
He
Will
wants to
not be
help
knocked
back.
up, as now they want to try to end this game. They want to try to dive, as Sion will be able to get that ultimate off. They're trying to brawl. Beast will come through onto the
great
Sona.
job.
Sona has fallen. They don't have a lot of their sustain, but they do have the HP pools to keep going. The rest of Oasis have to go back and heal. Will they be able to hold on? True Shot Barrage, as Silas's ultimate is on such a short cooldown. They murder that poor Ezreal, as now the Nexus
man.
towers are being hit. They don't have any damage. Viego is not able to get into this one, trying to find the angle though, as now Sion trying to do that damage as well. Is so tanky. Meanwhile, the ultimate gonna come out to Sergeant Hades. Sergeant Hades gets smited down by the Udyr, or just gets shot down with his fist. As now we're going to see the Sion, the Viego, and the Zillion do what they can to survive. I don't think it's going to be enough though, as they're trying to hold on. The stock-ups are coming through, but the damage is coming through as well. They're just looking for kills now. IKB closing this one out in style, or maybe not. Maybe they may bit off a little bit more than they can chew. As now the Nexus is still being hit by these super minions. Lux is still alive, as now Silas trying to fight forward, wins the fight against the Viego, is so much HP up. Onto the Nexus now once again, hits it a couple of times, and closes it out. Game number 2.
Yeah, the Knights not being super chivalrous there, kind of playing with their food at the end. But wow, commanding game number 2. That was much better if you're a Knights fan than game number 1, and it's just solid just built diff gameplay, kind of all around. To be fair, I think that was pretty well done there by Knights, and Oasis just didn't quite have a chance in that game. I thought they had an okay team comp, but they kind of just brought it to Louis there and discarded him like an old broken handbag. So
These damage charts look awfully familiar.
they do. They
To,
look like
to
exactly
last
like
game.
game 1.
They really do. I mean, yeah, top lane doing the most damage, and second place is the Lux. Although I feel no, because you do have the bullet time for Misfortune, so there's some AOE there. Of course, Lux does have some AOE with her E, depending on how many people she can hit, which is a big
Lux pops,
indicator of that
yeah.
damage. But
Actually, it just
Yeah,
shows it
absolutely.
does show you how good that Silas pick was there and how well Visions played it, because Lux generally has the most damage in the game when it's played in a carry role. It's sometimes even in the support role, depending on how the game goes. But for the most often, if you see a Lux, they should be the top damage on the team. And so for Visions to sneak that in, I won't directly say who I think is going to take MVP for the series, but I think it's definitely heavily favored in one direction
Love that band.
right now. So they're okay. They're okay. They're okay.
Before we see who ends up getting player of the series, we have to see who
We have
wins
to
the
finish
series.
the
And of
series. You're
course,
right.
exactly. There still could be a reverse sweep at this point. We'll see if Oasis are able to pull that
They gotta
off.
wake up.
Exactly.
They gotta wake up, Shogun. They're gonna have to mix up the drafts because the old tried and true team comps are not working for them.
Sir.
They had some more of these they wanted to do these straightforward front to back team comps. They didn't get a chance to execute them how they wanted to, and they lost the games for it. So, uh, yeah, Knights. I think if you're a betting man, I think throwing all your points on Knights might be the way to go for Game 3 and for the series overall because they are just rocking it with just straight deeps and coming out very handedly on top. So this is excellent League of Legends. But hey, you know what? Series isn't over until that third win comes across, and who knows where it could go from there.
And before we figure out where this series ends up going from here, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a quick short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 내 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants.
Hello, everyone. Before we do get rolling here for game number 3 of the night, and potentially the final game of LRS Premade for this season, for literally season 11. It could be it, but we don't know how things are going to go. Will Oasis come back? Will they come back with the reverse sweep, or will this just be a 3-0? It's going to be very, very interesting. But right now,
I will
IKB look
say-
unstoppable.
I will say one thing we do know is that my pick for player of the series got. I guess it went past his bedtime. I guess.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be the
A
case.
little
Yeah.
bit.
Mommy's guy got on the phone a little bit over there and called up and was like, "Hey, take your boy out of the lineup."
You gotta
Sure
go.
enough, Mom came in, knocked on, and was like, "Hey."
It's
Get
a
one in.
little interesting in my opinion, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? But what I
Well-
can do is send it over to draft and get you guys rolling, see
Yeah.
how things roll, see how things, or see what adaptations are made realistically. Let's see
You know-
what Oasis have in store for us right now.
You speak about adaptations, and I will say, Oasis, they're like, if it didn't work the first time, and it didn't work the second time, let's do it again for the third time. Let's go red side again, baby, and just send it. And we'll see. Watch them draft the same cop. You know what? Hey, sometimes you just got to be a little bit insane to win some of these leagues, but they might try it out. Now that Visions isn't there, the top lane Shogun, you know, they may have a chance here.
And we'll see if they end up coming out on top with Visions being out. I think that is a huge part of their success so far on the side of IKB. See if it ends up being their downfall that they don't have
I
their,
hope not.
their top laner. I hope not too. I hope they're able to make this work. Even
Yeah,
still, but we'll have to
I
see.
was, yeah, I'm a little sad, right? I'm a little sad we didn't get to see more Visions on Mommy's guy kind of back and forth action there in the top lane. So you know, maybe this is the time that the Oasis is like, all right, let's get our mid laner on somebody who's popping.
Oh my!
Like, we might see it. All right, we might see some of that long range poke, or if not, if only just to steal that Lux away. I think Oasis is making a right call to identify that the Lux was pretty scary in the previous game, but is that going to be enough to really change it up for him? I don't know.
Well, they have taken away both the ADCs, or both the bot laners, I guess, that
Yeah,
he
that
has
nice.
played, and then he locks in literally the only thing that can
Lucianami?
still match the damage of Misfortune in Lucian, and
Lucian Nami right here.
it could very well be Lucian Nami, it could also be Lucian Braum, but definitely. I mean, Lucian Nami makes this winning lane if that is Lux support, and I don't think there's anything else that you could play that makes it a winning lane if it's Lucian Nami. But Leona helps you a lot.
It could be Lucian Braum here to eat up some of the Lux stuff. Lilia thrown in the top lane, potentially jungle, but that kind of faded away. I mean, Bambi's appropriate in the jungle, but like defines when she goes in the jungle, she usually ends up like her mom. Spoilers, kids. Those are Disney movies for you.
Now, Akshan's going to be
Oh, here
taken
you go.
by
Okay.
Oasis. We haven't
Oh,
seen a
that's-
lot of Akshan in general throughout. A lot of like,
Yeah, we have it. Is this our first Akshan game on stream for this series?
for this series, yes. For this,
Well, I mean for the
season?
season, yeah.
I think so. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody who might have played it. And the fact that they didn't ban Braum here makes me think that Oasis is actually thinking of picking that one themselves,
I would
stealing it
hope
away.
not.
Actually,
I
no,
would
they have
hope
Lux
not.
already, so I don't know.
Yeah, they have
Lux
Lux unless that Akshan goes top.
So I guess you're forcing their support onto Braum, and that's your plan. I am not a fan of that plan. I feel like that's actually pretty solid. Yeah, you picking between Nami, Braum, and Leona, because you're almost certainly picking one of those champions. I guess it was the least scary, but like Leona,
I do like the Nami ban.
exactly
Yeah,
synergize.
I like the Nami ban. I think that was a good
my.
pick up there by Oasis on just noticing that was gonna probably become the case. Rakan's thrown in there. All right, looking for that engage, looking for that just kind of like I said, board deeps and run it at you, right? Board deeps with the support. There
Yeah.
you go. Right here. Send it. Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Udyr's kind of banned in the jungle. That would have been a good pick, but we may see some spices. Actually, I'd love to see a J4 there. Ooh, the Garen.
That's a Garen. That's a real life Garen.
Oh, J4 would have been just disgusting right there, but that's okay. I think you throw Lilia top, you throw J4 in the jungle right there, and that is just madness. There's no stopping that.
Yeah, I feel like it would be better than Garen versus Gangplank. I feel like that's not great for Garen. I feel like that feels terrible for
I feel
Garen.
like that's probably pretty bad. The orange kind of plays a big part in that. The barrels, you also get your speed boost, and you just get critted later. I guess there's a case to be made, because Garen gets a little tanky. But we'll see. We'll see, right? Knights. I've been a little shaky on drafts earlier for them, and they just played it well and did exactly what that composition needs to go. So I think they got a lot of practice on these champions, a lot of practice in some of these comp ideas, and we're gonna see, right? We said that from game 1. We said it a little bit in game 2, and they showed up. So I won't discredit it until I see it. I'll say that. Not coming from Knights. Oh, well, this is awkward. Shogun's a little muted, but
Sorry,
that's okay.
I'm muted. I am unmuted now. We'll see how Clutch Tilt performs in the top lane against Gangplank. That's what I actually really want to see. It's gonna be rough because that matchup is so bad for Garen in general. But also, it also kind of set the tone for the rest of the series if Oasis are able to win this one. If they go, oh, Clutch Tilted's in, that's a weak point that we can try to exploit, because there's a chance that Vision may not be able to come back for game number 4 for whatever reason. Maybe he has to step out for this game only. I don't think we're too big on the details of why Vision of Empire is gone.
Yeah,
so.
did not get word. I will say, though, he's probably in chat watching on his phone, hidden under the covers. Like, no, Mom, I'm asleep.
Assuming that that's what it is, right? Because
it's assuming, right?
There could be like a
Any
bunch of
number of
other
reasons,
reasons.
you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Like you
are
could.
right. I won't get. But it's fun to make fun of him while he's not here. You know what I'm saying? That's the best time to do it.
Yeah, when their back is turned.
When their back is turned and they can't reply. Exactly, that's the best time. But no, Oasis still has a problem. They're gonna have to handle Cypher, right? So just because
Hey
Visions are
Haru,
gone.
hey Haru, you're picking. So for
he
those who
picked a
can't see,
J4.
for those who can't
he
see,
got
because
randoed.
yeah, you guys are
J4.
looking at something completely different. They did
Ah.
miss the lock-in.
I think
I
he got
guess-
randoed. He got randoed. Yeah.
I think it was mostly they're saying it's a client issue. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'd believe it.
Oh man, I told you. Even the client knows they should have picked J4 here. I'm telling you,
that
he
is
got
true. They do
randoed
get a random
J4.
champion.
He had to step for a game.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He had to do somebody spot this man some money for some chores or something, you know?
Which
That's
no,
what's up.
I'm sure what ended up happening is because this is my theory is that like maybe he had to like go pick somebody up, like maybe he has a
spot
friend
that
or a
man in Uber.
roommate who might exactly, you might
This
be
is the
like
final,
DDing
Shogun.
somebody.
Aw,
Yeah, but
you-
like you're up
You get him an
2-0.
Uber.
You could, I guess, you could have bought him an Uber, but like
You
you're
buy
on
him
a
an
budget.
Uber.
Maybe you
Tell him
promise
to-
somebody
hey.
that you'd like do something for him real quick. If it's like you pick him up from an airport, I guess you could buy him an Uber. Either way, that's all hypothetical.
Look,
Who knows?
they
It's
have
his
two options.
business. It's whatever.
Shogun, they got two options, right? They got Mercedes and Chevrolets, all right? That's their two options.
If there is more, I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
so someone is kind of throwing some shade under the fact that Oasis should just win this one because of their which I will say because Vision is gone. Yes, that's a lot, and if they see
Yeah.
okay, you could tell there was tilt on Oasis's side. If they could very well be able to shake off that tilt, but if they're not able, like say Garen solo kills Gangplank because Garen early game, like very early game, like level 3, beats Gangplank pretty hard. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like Garen just runs at him.
I don't
And if-
know. He might. I feel like if Mommy's guy's smart enough though, Clutch never gets the chance. And if that's really the Knight's game plan, this Lily is gonna have to start red buff, and I just don't know if that's something she wants to do. Because she would have to path topside, which I think Knights is way more incentivized to just play weak side top. Yeah, weak side top, and then just send this Lilia down bot, try to pick off this Lux Misfortune.
You don't have to have jungle pressure to outkill your opponent level 3. So I mean, or like outplay. So I mean, I think Lilia will still be able to start blue side, path down towards that bot side, and get that play off. Maybe you could like, I would say you could do the most scuffed reverse clear in history, where you go like red, blue,
Maybe
Gromp,
she goes
gank.
red.
That sounds awful
Yeah,
though.
it sounds horrible, but maybe if they really want to get Clutch kind of rolling now, you are right,
Yeah.
right? If Garen gets ahead, let's be real. If Garen does find a kill or two, he just becomes oppressive. If he gets that mythic first, he's gone, and there's no stopping that. Not on this team, right? There's not enough CC. Like the Lux can maybe lock him down for a little bit, but let's be real. Clutch, we're just gonna run with that. So I guess there's a case to be made there, right? But I think the smarter strategy is probably just gonna try to get this Rakan Lucian going, because if you can get Rakan out onto the map, all of a sudden that could just make or break mid lane there too, and kind of shut down Hades, who's now finally on a carry,
Yeah.
and it could be a threat.
As we will be taking a bit of a longer break this time, just because the spectator is having to take a little bit more time because of that weird client issue. But either way, we'll be back with you guys very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and get those predictions in.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise. die. Prove yourself and make them remember you. Push through and rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Welcome to a world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to a war we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 3 of the series between Imperial Knights Blue, and on the blue side, and on the red side we have Oasis Esports Cloud, and we'll see what they end up doing here. They're going to invade right on through mid lane. However, the 5-point should spot this out. Lilia going to very easily see, oh look, it's everybody, and Q flies out, will not find its mark as the invade does not work, and then they kind of just morph into a 5-point after that.
Yeah, no deer in the headlights there. She's very spotty on that one, very alert, and pranced on out of there. So, you know, as I like to say, you can prance if you want to. You can leave mid lane behind. But if your friends don't prance, and if they don't prance, well, they ain't no friends or teammates of mine. I'm just saying.
Very well said. Very well said.
Just saying. Yeah. So game 3, guys. Oh my gosh. Hey, hype it out here in chat.
Now Snickers has Elementalist lock.
Oh,
there we go.
That's a guy who puts out for some skins. You know what I'm saying? This is a man of class.
Putting out money.
Yeah, let's get some
dropping money on skins is what would...
let's get some game 3 hype. All right, guys. Does Knights just drop the ball from here on out?
Wait, oh no.
Does Oasis take it?
Oh, thank God. I thought that they were gonna get this cheese off, but they won't. Now, Garen gonna get this cheese off. Does get so much. Look at that ego. Look at him spin. Look at that healing coming through from the Gangplank. So, Gangplank taking to about half HP. Garen taking about the same amount. That's still a slight... Yeah, Garen passive will be pretty massive, but that Q
and
that
shield,
Gangplank has, and that grasp came in. Oh no, that was a pot that was...
It was grass. It was grass pot and a...
yeah, it was a lot of healing that came through.
No, it wasn't an orange.
Nice Q onto Lucian. Lucian doing what he can. So it's level 1 is being hard won right now. Does have to flash away the heal. Does absolutely nothing for the Lucian. The Misfortune also put her heal. Now, yeah, that Q hits at that binding is able to find its mark. So much damage would have come through. Just is not so. That is 2 stones down. That's really huge.
Great fight there by Oasis. Great turnaround, right? That's, you know, one step forward is winning the lane pretty handily. If I'm harder though, I gotta pay attention to a double up bounce into a flash auto there from Louis. He's definitely low enough to do it. So
yeah, for sure. Is now Irelia going in on Sergeant Hades. 5 Eing back in, but now Irelia wants some more, but it's not going to be able to find it. As now we do see Sergeant Hades on that carry champion that I was talking about before, as his last auction game was pretty solid. We'll see if he's able to replicate that success.
I want to point out here, Shogun, we
Ooh.
did see Lilia path starting from red.
Yeah.
Remember how we were talking about that in Champ Select? For those, we were considering that Lilia probably would go top down to try to abuse the Misfortune Lux. And if you could imagine that right now, she probably would have a very good shot at it. But alas, went opposite side, did the red buff to the blue. They're going to go opposite side on the jungle too to not fight for any crabs or nothing like that. And, you know, top lane being kind of the safety that it is right now between the Garen and Gangplank means this Lilia is going to be a non-factor in the first 5 minutes of the game, which is quite surprising.
Lilia is pathing down towards her Krugs, as now the Gangplank is taking a lot of damage. We'll be taking to about, now they're going in onto this Misfortune. Misfortune taking a lot of damage. Pop. The Lux are coming in, but now teleport coming in from the Irelia. This Misfortune is very low. Could get taken down. The E is going to swing. There it is as the kill comes in for the Irelia. First blood for her. Trying to find the kills onto the Poppy, but just is not able to do so. The binding is going to hit. That's going to be some damage back onto the Lux. Now Garen is going to teleport to mid. Try to pick up this wave. Very good answer from him, as he'll be able to pick that one up and then run to top lane. Actually, really good awareness from him to be able to do so. Solution is into trouble, gets taken out by the Poppy.
No. Here comes Akshan as well. Gotta watch out.
Looking for the play as Rakan is very low. Walks back up towards the Irelia. Irelia finds a stun onto the Akshan as they make this play happen. Possibly Akshan just ease away though. Is getting away from this. Lilia trying to go back in. Poppy goes in as well. Akshan gets himself another kill. He's back in. Gets that reset. Is trying to find the damage. Is not able to do so. That's huge for the side of Oasis.
Oh man, I'd like to see Lilia maybe just go a little bit more ham there too, because we saw Irelia come and do Cypher's job there. Cypher, because he passed the other way, like just wasn't there in time at all to provide an impact. And while Knight's got a great look at it, great response there by Hades, right? You know, we talked about it. We were waiting to see that carry, baby. Sometimes all you need to do is put your mid laner in a carry, and they can kind of start doing work. And this could be the kind of the out Oasis was looking for. This might be their game.
Yeah, for sure. And that play in the bot lane was actually looking really good for the Irelia and Rakan. They almost laid their CC perfectly. If they were able to find that knock up onto Akshan, I think he just dies there. But Akshan with a great flash to make sure that he does not get knocked up by Rakan, even after being stunned up by Irelia. So really got to give props to Sergeant Hades for turning that one around. He got the kills, and he was the reason that they got those kills.
Yeah, and that flash was absolute clutch. Not letting himself just get chain CC'd there, like you said. Like, that would have been pretty bonkers if he did that. Just kind of going in there. It would look like he just went in there to end, but because he's got the quick hands, got the quick fingers, comes out on top. And I guess that's really when you get to these higher levels, that's the make or break point, right? It's either going to look flashy good or flashy bad.
Yeah, absolutely. As Garen's trying to find the 1v1, trying to find the outplay. Damage. Ultimate available for the Akshan, but Akshan does not have it, especially with the fact that Irelia could just hide behind the minions, hide behind the towers. Now, Gangplank could step a little bit too far up. Needs to respect the fact, even if he walked up to just Garen, it's scary, because he could get ulted and will just die, as now Irelia will get that stun off onto the Akshan, but now he does not have E available. The Flash W is going to swing wide himself away from this one. If he has that Flash available, or if he had that E available, it would have been fine, but he does not, and goes down to the Irelia after everything is said and done, as they pick up this dragon on the back end of that one.
Great response. Yeah.
Just not able to do anything about it because Lilia is on the top side. They saw her there, and they immediately pulled that trigger to go in onto that dragon.
Yeah, it was a great focus there on the 150 gold bounty that was sitting on top of Hades' head. That's a great way to turn it around. Yeah,
that was some interesting stuff. Garen was just kind of chilling with Gangplank there for a second.
They both are very friendly with each other, I guess. They just didn't wanna do nothing. Clutch failed it. Mommy's let him go. That's a pace to be nice, right?
Maybe
I don't
maybe
think
not
this
here.
is the game to be. No, not here, but
Oh, we've all played solo queue. There's no merit to playing nice.
yeah,
Everyone knows if I'm mean to people, I play better, and they play better.
Yeah, I think we also saw Hades there in the mid lane. He potentially had a kill on Shri on the Irelia there, but he auto attacks a minion, which I think you'd have to rewatch that. You have to go back and kind of slow it down a whole bunch, but I'm pretty confident had he auto attacked the Irelia and then ulted, he probably would have got the kill. But alas, it didn't happen, and he found himself dead on the return gank. So, you know what? Knights still showing strong, right? Oasis is got a kind of an early lead here, but so far they haven't really done anything with it. It's kind of just been a kind of thing.
Garen cues the barrel, I think, or he just did no damage. But
No, he knocked the barrel down. Yeah, he
what I thought.
worked through that barrel. Just was like, come on.
He's doing
So
his
no,
best up in the top lane, trying to get something done. Finals do
boon
bring
me.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think we've might have heard this one before, but Shogun, how much does it cost for a pirate to get their ears pierced?
I don't know. How much?
About $1 an ear.
Oh, that's awful.
That's Gangplank. Yeah, Gangplank with the extra money getting those those gold, that extra gold, just getting those ears pierced. That's pretty cheap though. Pretty cheap for himself.
Pretty solid. Not bad. That's better than the Arby's joke.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's pretty good. You know, you could always go with why is P Pirate's favorite letter?
I don't know.
Because without it, they'd be irate.
God. Oh,
yeah.
no.
I mean, there's more where that came from, right? Like, we can go on. Like, we see this game
No,
playing
please.
I mean,
okay. They're solid.
Right? So
they're
we gotta
solid,
make up for it. Yeah, we gotta make up for it. You know, you go through the alphabet, and whatnot. So,
as the voice in my head put it, the combo is available. There's
It
also
is.
an Irelia coming on down, but with Poppy
so was
here
Poppy,
as well,
yeah.
could be easily countered. Entire kit makes it very hard to play, as Boltom's going to come through the ultimate. Also from the Lux, as it's just barely not enough to kill the Lucian. We didn't have heal available, but now Poppy's starting to make her way through. They do spot her out, as now Irelia's in the area as well. Could look to counter for this one. No teleport available, almost onto the Garen there, as the ultimate might come out from the Poppy. Poppy botches this one, was absolutely baited in. They had no idea apparently that Irelia was going to be there, but they should have known that Irelia was missing, but she goes for the play anyway. Maybe some
Saber played that so well. Saber played that so well, dragging the Poppy in the tower with the ultimate. That was just absolutely gorgeous, and they should have known.
An ultimate comes down onto Louis Vuitton, but the ultimate comes out from Garen, as we'll see this one play out. Stopwatch burned for the Rakan, as now Akshan in a bad position, trying to find the kills. The ultimate's going to fly through. Will be able to find the kill. Also has the E available, but it's just not enough. Garen uses his ultimate to steal away that kill, or secure it, I should say, as he's going to start running up the river, back to mid lane, all the way back to top lane. Maybe Irelia goes in, does miss that, just barely not able to find the damage, as they will start walking back. Meanwhile, Misfortune is very healthy and will be able to push this wave under. Lucian, still 1 HP, still has to play it very safe.
Yeah, that was pretty wild there.
That's going to be all that she gets there. She is so nothing too much, as you were saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hades did a great job there. Knew he was dead. He was not getting out of that, so I like the return kill there. He would have preferred to knock down Haru and get that gold bounty. He did have it on his head at the time. But with all of the members, the rest of the Knights team there, he wasn't going to be able to thread it through. So he picked appropriate on the targeting there. And we got ourselves an even ball game, minus that one dragon going across. And both these teams kind of just slapping back at each other. This very explosive matchup. Not because we got the pirates in here with the barrels, but you know, just because it's very volatile, very back and forth, and a great game 3. I've still yet to see everybody in chat though repping your teams. It's kind of been a pretty a lame kind of interactive series with the fan clubs, but sometimes it's okay to play. So what do you think, Shogun? Should the fans be a little bit more excited?
Yeah, I think they should definitely be getting a little bit more hype. Doesn't sound like anyone's very hype at the moment. It's now Irelia is going to be ganked, hopefully inspire some people. Nope, it's just going to be very boring play in the mid lane, just trying to shove her off of some of these minions. Doing an okay job of it. As that will be a miss from the Irelia. She's going to take a solid bit of damage from
I
that
like the
shot.
attempts. Yeah, I like the attempts, but Hades, definitely doing this a lot better than the tanks. That's I'm 100% in that camp. Like, let's get the Oasis mid laner off these tanks, and this could be their secret sauce. MJ's special formula, kind of turn this one back around. But it's like, where was that in games 1 and 2?
Yeah, I don't know, but we'll have to maybe they got a sudden burst of confidence now that the man himself Vision has been taking the game.
Oh, they were intimidated, is what you're saying.
Exactly. So now they get to play a little more free, and also usually when you're playing from behind, two ways you view it. You either play much more passively, or you just play with a lot more gusto. And we'll see if they have the gusto right here. Garen taking so much damage. The flash forward from the Poppy. The knockup is able to find it now. The Lilia looking for the sleep is not able to come out soon enough as Poppy picks herself up an easy double kill with her top laner.
Oh no. Cypher just became some venison. I'll tell you what, he got eaten alive on that gank. It was a true double gank. Neither of them knew the other was there. They both went in at the same time, and yeah, it was rough for Knights. But you know what? Great job from Oasis, right? Like, I gotta give solid credit.
Looking for the play though onto the misfortune now, but a tad too early, forced to flash away from that bullet time. As now that'll be Summoner Spell burned for the Lucian, as well as that ultimate coming through is 1 HP, has to reset. Ultimate could come through from Akshan. They are feeling unsafe. A really good idea to get behind this tower.
Yeah, watch out. They don't know he's there.
Rakan will look to catch this way. Lucian does end up staying. I don't know if they know that Lux didn't end up backing, but pretty big for them that she did leave. Took the bait that Lucian would back. As now Lucian will be able to catch that wave and back now.
Hades can still dive that if you really wanted to, but
if you had ult for sure. Oh, he stayed. Yeah. Oh man, and Akshan sees that he stayed, and
no, they don't know Hades is here.
Yeah, Akshan does E in trying to find the damage, but the heal comes out from the Lucian, as now they'll be able to live. As Lilia is in the area.
That was very anticlimactic. I was a little bit sad right there. But yeah, back on the earlier fight though, one thing that we do got to point out is Haru definitely had the kill on Louis, but he did not trust Saber to stop up the bullet time. If we saw there, he flashed to the side with the ultimate going, and that would have been enough to finish off Louis with the Rakan help. So a little bit of a miscommunication there, but I like Oasis is trying there, right? Just no fear in the face of a Rakan coming at you. Just like send it. Get that full time and well done there by that Poppy. Get that Rift Herald kind of off to the side. Just make sure there's no charge right away. That is
for sure. We'll see what they end up doing here. They're gonna go ahead and get that blue buff for Poppy, just farming her own jungle. That's all that's really to be said there. They're trying to find a solo kill. The ultimate does not enough damage. Definitely needed to get that Gangplank a little bit more damage there. A few more auto attacks would have done it if the Shrine Breaker was up. I don't think it is. I don't know if. Oh no, it was. It was definitely up. I didn't know if it showed us the cooldown.
Yeah, he'd used it. Yeah, he did all the teeps he could. Just didn't quite have enough there.
Oh, Lucian just gets absolutely
well done.
Bot lane. That Poppy stopping him from doing literally anything as he goes down.
Well done.
As Oasis are just controlling this map so well.
Yeah, Oasis is definitely. This is a new Oasis team that we saw from game 1 and 2. This is completely different how they're playing. They're controlling the vision. They're controlling the map. Oh, Mommies is on a run for his life.
Bit of a journey. I think he's just going to execute, which is definitely necessary, and he's trying to get as much CS as possible, and he does in fact execute, but that is still big death timer. The dragon is being started up now though, so they're doing it as fast as they possibly can. But if Garen TPs, this could be a good fight for the side of IKB, but they don't feel comfortable walking in, anything like that, or they just weren't fast enough to the play, so that ends up going over. as this tower will take a lot of damage from Garen. In fact, Garen should be able to collect this one up in the top lane. Doubt this is going to stay up for much longer.
Yeah, Knight's opting to just kind of give up these first 3 dragons, and you know there may be a case to be made here that they just allow Oasis to take it. It's just a cloud. It's just a cloud soul. Really, only going to benefit the Poppy and Poppy, Gangplank, and Akshan. To be fair, but you know there may be a case to be made that they throw a 50-50 at an Elder, which is kind of interesting to think about. 18 minutes into the
coming
game.
down though now from the Lilias. Now that is Lux just wiped off Summoner's Rift. No chance for survival, and they also get the ultimate out of Gangplank as well, which is going to be very helpful for whoever is in the 1v1 with him. And it looks like they're sending Irelia. That's not going to be a fun time for Gangplank.
No. I think the Garen clutch was matching pretty decently against that, right? You know, not getting pushed out of the lane and still representing potentially lethal. So, I was a big fan of clutch there, but he's got a solid minion wave on the top side of the map that he can soak up, get some levels if he goes for it. He does.
Still trying to find the play. Flashes in. It will not feel comfortable going any further than that. Ult's gonna come out from the Akshan. He's just charging so many shots up and finds a solo kill for top lane. Just demolishes that poor Garen. I think Garen, after he flashes under the tower, needs to keep going for it, even if you probably die.
Yeah.
At that point, you're definitely gonna die if you start running away.
Yeah. Well, there was the that whole wave going into the tower there. A big mistake you see a lot of players make is they don't collect the gold and experience on the map. It's finite in the game of League of Legends based off the clock. So it was a big miss.
Yeah, for sure. Now the Q actually misses onto the Misfortune away from E as well. The Irelia finally hit. Now she's gonna take so much damage as the Misfortune is now Lux bullying gonna stop her from advancing. She doesn't matter. She doesn't care. She's just gonna walk on through it. She knows if I get zoned off, I'm probably dead anyway.
Now Hades.
Now, oh my God, Hades might be able to make it out of this. They don't know that it's Alco Gaming. Will they be able to spot it out though? Is the question. I don't think they will. He's just hiding on the edge. He dodges back. They have no idea where Hades is, as he is trying to James Bond his way. They might even look for a kill. They're converging on the Lucian. Rakan's backing, as now he finishes the back as Lucian gets demolished. Hades, you can't do that to people, and he revives his bot lane on top of that.
What a play there from Hades. Just secret squirrel spied his way, like you said, James Bonded 007 license to kill. Sure
they're starting Baron.
Yeah, but they got the respawn timers.
Nobody's running to this at all.
Nobody knows it. Knights doesn't know. This is a huge window here.
It just goes down, right? Like, there's no way they can test this.
No, they don't know. They have no teleports. They have nobody on that side of the map. It's done.
Oh, okay. IKB, you can definitely tell they're playing a little bit. They're not able to have that pressure from top lane, and it's really starting to extend everywhere else as well. Because essentially what you can do, right, if you're Poppy, is you can leave top lane on an island. The only way that goes bad for you is if Lilia helps Garen kill the Gangplank over and over again. But you can probably go, yeah, my top laner knows how to play against Garen. My top laner should never get solo killed by Garen. And then you just abuse bot lane, and that's what they were doing essentially all game.
Garen, Akshan down here. Round number 2.
Could be, as they might converge on the Akshan. Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds. Misfortune not in position to really do anything about that. Has to start coming down soon. Now Poppy is chasing down Lilia. He's not able to do so. Meanwhile, Akshan should be able to get away from this one. Rift Herald's going to be popped by the Misfortune. They're going to easily be able to take this inner turret. That's going to be so much money going into the pockets of Oasis. There it is. 1k extra gold is now. Akshan going in, trying to find that damage down on Khan. Rakan getting so low. Ultimate going to come out as well as he pops his Zanyas, though. Ultimate comes out perfectly timed from the Luxus. Now he's going to keep it. Akshan keeps going, finds himself another kill as well onto the Garen, as Hades is just absolutely chilling this game. 6-2-1. And
Hades popping, you're right. Just going crazy. This is what they needed in games 1 and 2, right? Just a little bit extra damage on their mid laner instead of that tank business. And he's just standing, he's popping off. He's like, we're not going out this way. We're at least getting one game out of this. And you know, that earlier bit, we were talking about that top lane stuff. Remember, that was all on the back of Clutch, opting to try to
Just
dive
find a solo
Akshan.
kill onto the Akshan. Akshan will start running away. Will E
So
away
fine,
as
fine.
well and gets out of there. Knew that if she went too early, yes. If you go
She
too late,
would've
the
died.
Akshan gets away. But yes,
Yeah,
she
she
dies
would've
if she
died.
goes in early.
Yeah, don't go in there. You're pretty much just coin flipping for this outer in 5.5 minutes is really what's going to happen here if you're Knights. Just try to get hope for a miracle steal. But yeah, but like Clutch actually like enabled most of that to happen against his team. It's something to keep in mind there, right? He is the sub that came in, and usually you don't want to see your sub do kind of that effort. You want him to even just go even or be like a positive effect. But we can definitely see a huge downside for Visions not being able to play this game, and this may give Oasis the confidence they need to come back in this series.
Yep, for sure. As they're knocking down this inner turret in the mid lane, will be that one very easily. See if they're able to continue forward some more. Trying to find something, anything. Doubt that it's going to lead to much though. Meanwhile,
Now they're backing to try to stop this Garen up instead of going for the inhib, which is fair because Lily's, you know, they do have 4 members there, or had 4 members, so but not the best use of a Baron.
now Garen is so low and in a bad situation.
Ooh.
The Misfortune and the Gangplank gonna definitely be able to 2v1 this Garen every single time up in the
That was
top lane.
close though.
The
I'll say
ultimate
that
is
was
gonna
close.
come out from the Akshan, but that is just so much more damage coming in from the Lux as
Got
well.
him.
Lilia trying to find the play, Gangplank ult coming down as well as Sergeant Hades going in trying to find a play. Does get trapped under the tower, taking so much damage. Will go down, shutdown for the Lilia as they bite off so much more than they could chew. Oasis, what are you doing? So they're trying to go forward. Look at how much damage those barrels would do. Lucian is in range of death if he walks up and gets a barreled, so he has to go back. But they're still able to find that mid inhibitor turret, just aren't able to quite get that inhibitor itself.
Yeah, you know, the dive, because they lost Hades, they couldn't get that inhib, which had he been up, they definitely could have pressured down. I like the explosiveness though, right? You know, send it at him. Yeah, it's kind of rough. That wasn't necessarily the best idea, but I like the effort. If Lilia didn't, if Cypher there did not have flash, he would have got stuck.
Oh,
up
they're
at
gonna
all.
do so much damage. You just can't
Correct.
face check a Lux, especially when she's this far ahead. She cues you, she ults you, you're dead. That's
They're
it.
taking some deer jerky on the next voyage. That's
Yup.
what's happening there. Oh man,
I
yeah,
should
that's pretty
actually-
rough. That's what AK Gold Up will do for your team, and you definitely don't want to be walking into the blind jungle like that.
Trying to do as much damage to this Rakan as possible before he's allowed to walk away. Meanwhile, Lux's ultimate, I don't know exactly what cooldown that's on, but it seems to be. Oh, I can see. It's on a 34-second cooldown, by the way. It's up right now. She just used it to clear some minions. That's a wave clear ability. As now they're trying to do some damage onto the Rakan. Rakan, it just goes down. That cleanse comes out so late. He goes down as a result. Meanwhile, Garen trying to find a solo play onto this Misfortune is just not able to do so. And as a result, Garen goes down. Meanwhile, Oasis is just going to start running it down the mid lane way, trying to find this inhibitor. And I gotta say, it just feels like Garen's trying to do way too much.
Way too much. Exactly. Yeah, 100%, Shogun. You hit the nail right on the head there. I think he's just trying to make up for not having visions. And you kind of just want to do the opposite, right? You know, just be a solid rock for your team.
Oh my God, Lucian,
no.
where did you go?
He's
gone. As now, this should be the
Oh,
game-winning push. I think that might be a sign that the crit Gangplank might be a bit of a problem in the top lane. They don't end off that push. They want to keep playing it safe. They want to make sure they win this game.
Yeah, fair enough, right? Get the Baron, just come back in. Not super necessary, but yeah, you're right. Like we'll hit back on this, you know, on kind of the sub idea there, right, Shogun? Is that you're 100%. You're hitting the nail on the head. Clutch is just trying to go ham. He's trying to go off in situations where like it's just not gonna work for this team or isn't working for the team, and it's almost more of a detriment than a help to. Not almost more. It just was, right. I don't want to hit on a player, but we are in the finals here, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we're probably gonna see Clutch die again.
He is going for the tower. He's trying to get something back for. He's trying to do this damage. He's trying to find this play. Maybe able to find that, but the shield bow just pops. So his ultimate does negative damage. It feels like as this Akshan ult's gonna come through. Not gonna do too much damage to Lilia, but Lilia is going to start slowing down very soon. But that he might keep her speed up. Q is not going to hit its mark as the smite's gonna swing down, trying to find that slow onto the Lilia. Lilia still trying to speed her way out of this one. Will be able to speed race her away as now Rakan is going to be blocked off, but Misfortune just walks in, autos a couple times, and he is down.
Oh, that's a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, Rakan, you're dead. I also agree. Was not necessary either. He's definitely dead there. And now they're gonna end the game through bot lane.
There's that Cloud Soul chase down though. Both yeah, the Akshan just had it from the ult earlier, and then the Poppy got it as well. Like Lilia, even though she has the movement speed, cannot prance away there, so did not find safety in the prancing, but gave it a good try, right? Like I did feel like Cypher did it. It was really a non-factor on the Lilia, but he didn't play it super horribly, right? Like it wasn't the worst, but
now Poppy's gonna E that Irelia right back into the wall. Because now they're looking for the next Nexus tower. They don't want to mess around. They're just immediately murdering these towers as they destroyed the Nexus right after, as they take game number 3 and bring the series 2-1 and try to start their reverse sweep.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna say, Shogun, this is like craziness on a series, right? I get, you know, you can't control life and you gotta sometimes step away, but boy, Oasis might have just found their legs. They might have found their sea legs there. I'll tell you what. Because after a game like that, you could easily grab the momentum back in the series and just run with it, send this to a game 5 and even win it, get the reverse sweep. Like that's how you start it. It's stuff like that right there. Now Vision's gonna come in, he's gonna be cold. Everybody else on Oasis is now gonna be popping, excited, hype, ready to go for game number 4. And this, you know, this could very easily make a series. So wow, this is definitely getting exciting, you know. Some might say manufactured, right? you know,
Some might
we're
say.
not having drama here. The teams did that themselves, but they at least are keeping it exciting.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if Oasis are able to bring this to a game 5 or if IKB come back and win this one with a Vision. But before we do, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the little analyst desk here for preparing for game number 4 of this LRS Premade Grand Finals. Things are going crazy, things are going hype, things are going insane here, and this could be the comeback that Oasis were looking for, or this could just show that Vision is just too good. We'll see.
It might. Vision is back. He's back, baby. But did the Empire crumble while he was gone? I don't know. We're gonna find out. But boy, did Oasis look like a completely different team on that one. And you know what? You give them an inch, and maybe they'll take a mile here. So we're gonna find out if they're gonna send it. But I don't know about you two. Like, I'm kind of excited for a game 5. I didn't think it was gonna happen as we concluded game number 2. I'll be honest with you, it didn't look that way. But after that game, hold on a minute, Oasis might have found the winning ticket, and they might just keep cashing it in.
It's not over till it's over, and with that, I'll send it straight off the draft. See how things are rolling right here, right now.
I was muted. Very excited to get into the next game here. I did only get one word out before I realized I was muted, so that's good.
Fair.
So we do see the Udyr getting banned away here from Oasis. I do like that so far. The Zoe, of course, don't want Surge and Hades to have that one. And maybe even looking for a little bit more targeted bans towards that mid lane.
Turns out that was the key factor, right? In how what Oasis needs to win the game.
They might first pick Yuumi. Oasis could very well look to first pick Yuumi for themselves. To ban away this I would do it too. So Yuumi is a very powerful champ, and IKB respects
Not today. It's
the Graves comes through, and that if that's Hades on Graves, that could be massive for the side of Oasis.
I'd love to see a Lux response, like in the mid lane, be like, "Oh, you want to push in? Nah, not today." Or another heavy wave clear, and just be like, "Yeah, good try, but no Roman from you." We'll see, right? But I think Lee's Graves flexible. Can go mid, can go jungle. Hades probably wants it though. Let's be honest, especially after that last game. But we get Pirates all day here. You love to see it.
Yeah. I think IKB might have been thinking that pick the Misfortune. That's a Nunu hover. Let's go Nunu. I like it. In finals. Oh, it's a Nunu. It's real Nunu.
Oh, that's legit. It's locked in.
Oh my.
It is locked in.
That is interesting. I don't know how to feel about that one. I will say, it could be solid. It's just not in meta right now, but I mean, if you know how to play it, if your team knows how to play around it too, or if your team knows how to play with it, it could be really solid, especially if you pick Aphelios into it. Aphelios Lulu makes it a little better, but like early game, Aphelios is going to have a real bad time dealing with a Nunu.
Okay, hello. Oh man. Yeah, wow, interesting. This is gonna be Oasis here. You know what? They just threw everything out the window. There's like, hold my beer, or hold my beverage, may or may not be alcoholic.
What's alcohol? Never heard that before. As we're gonna have Aurel locked in here to go with Misfortune. I really like that pairing up in the bot lane.
Wow, this is getting wild here. I think Knights need to start banning out AP top laners here, because I do think that Graves is probably going in the mid lane. We're going to find out. The Misfortune Rel makes for some interesting combinations when stacked with the Nunu. This is a different game plan here from Knights. We saw them going just heavy damage, kind of run it down straightforward, just shove it down your throat. Gameplay earlier, and like it didn't work last game, and they're like heading in a different direction and going for more of the wombo combo. So ain't nothing against it, right? But we'll see if it works or not. Oasis though, they definitely mixing it up. So I do like that, right? Try to make something different happen. And it's what they needed to do in game 3 to win. So let's see if it carries through for game 4, and we get an ace match in game 5. Like, that's what I'm gonna bet on that, just on general principle alone. You have to.
That's fair. We'll see. This next pick come through, see what it is. If I had to guess, probably. Actually, I'm unsure of what they do. Probably gonna go ahead and pick their mid laner here, something that can deal with
Decent
Graves as well as decent blind as well. They go back to the Irelia.
Let's go in. All right. Just want to go in. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not sure that stacks super well against the Graves, but not likely a very common matchup. But they get the counter pick, right?
See
They
that?
get the
Yep.
counter pick. So I'd like to believe that Irelia mid and Knights have just put this Graves on going to the jungle. I think mistakenly put this Graves is going in the jungle. Oh, I am mistaken. That Graves is most definitely not going mid lane. And picks the Anivia into that rally, which is, it's okay. It's a skill matchup as long as you don't just super turbo into it.
Yeah.
Should be in Anivia's favor, but it's definitely going to be a little risky there for a little bit. Especially with this Nunu being able to just snowball either right through the lane or out of the jungle. That's a lot of lockup, and Anivia is not a very fast-moving bird. So
No, she is not, but the Trundle is nice for to take away a lot of those resistances. Also going to cause them to not want to pick a huge tank. And I guess it isn't the Graves in the mid lane.
no,
Thinking
it
about
looks
that
like
Anivia.
it looks like Graves top. Looks like Graves top now. So
It's an interesting
unless
answer.
something wild comes down here, Knights, they definitely drafted the Wombo. So we'll see if
Oh,
they
yeah.
can function on the Wombo. The Gnar, I'm a big fan of the Gnar pick. I think it looks good. I think the Aurelia there is probably the only thing that doesn't Wombo. And I think they may have had better options, but that's what they picked. That's what they're gonna send it with, and send it. No AP except on the Nunu, which makes me think, hey, maybe this is a full damage Nunu and not tank. Otherwise, this Graves and Trundle might start popping off with some armor, but we'll see. We'll see. Game remains to be seen, right? Anything can happen, but I had to vote on OC. I gotta go with Oasis here. They gotta send this to a game 5. Like that would make this final something to remember.
Yeah, for sure. The Graves is in fact locked in for the top side. There were many doubts there. Are coming through as well.
No, I think we saw
Everything
that.
going exactly
Yeah, I think
where
it's
we thought it.
going as expected.
I guess you could have swapped Graves and Trundle after seeing the Gnar. That was definitely more than allowed. As
Yeah.
shout out to Sir Jam Master giving us a raid. Appreciate all raids that come way.
Heyo, just in time to see game number 4 about to go down. A couple minutes here as they lock in all the picks and the actual client, but yeah, interesting choice to go back to the Irelia. These just the I guess the Irelia show for a little bit here, right? Like we've seen Irelia, this is our 3rd game in a row on the Irelia. It's been banned. It's been pick banned 100% right now. So always is banning it away, and then Knights picking it every time it's up. So we obviously see there's some sort of knowledge that Knights have that we don't on their mid laner there.
Yeah.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? It's been doing some work. Didn't quite do any work last game, but
We'll see if
sometimes
that does
it be
end
that
up
way.
changing. Yeah. Some
Hmm.
should definitely be able to turn it around at least a little bit in this one.
Yeah, the bird's the word. The bird's the word, though. Hades gonna try to showcase his depth, right? 2 tanks, a right-click DPS, and now a mage. Very slow one at that. Not gonna allow for a lot of roams. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Gonna have to keep our eye on the mid lane. And I'm a little worried here for Hades. Keep calling him Hades, but it's whatever. You gotta keep in mind that Nunu is an excellent ganker, especially when comboed with an Irelia. So if Knights is kind of playing this appropriately, they should just be rinse repeating on this Anivia, popping the flash, and then just be there like constantly. Like if they get the flash out of this Anivia, they should just be 3 or 4 ganks before it's up again. Just roll through, get this Irelia rolling, and then just allow Irelia to then get the Wombo combo bot rolling with this Misfortune. That's exactly how we see Knights just handily taking this. But Nunu could also put some effort in top and or bot, right? Has options, but I do see Anivia as potentially a chink in the armor. I think it's a great pick. I think it does match well, kind of in a vacuum against the Irelia. But when you have such a easy to gank with jungler, it does become a little scary not having mobility.
Yeah, for sure. Not having mobility is terrifying, especially as an ADC like a
vote against this.
So it'll be a little rough for them to deal with.
Yeah, I gotta play the math game here. I gotta vote. I think Oasis. I want Oasis to win, send us to game 5, but I gotta vote against them because you guys put 13.9K on it.
Well, that's a lot of
shit.
points.
I gotta play the math game, right? I gotta play the math. If I vote for Oasis,
you always go math. I don't care if I lose all the points that I got today. I am playing that math real.
The math has to check out, and the math don't check out in the Oasis vote. So
that and all, I feel like IKB also have a slightly better comp in general too. I trust their comp a little bit more, but
we haven't seen them on a Wombo Shogun, so keep that in mind. We have not. This may be more Oasis's kind of game plan.
Yeah,
that'll be interesting. But I think that probably wraps it up for us around here. Let everybody get their predictions in. I want to see the hype though. Where are the fan clubs at? Let's go, baby. This is the finals, there, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, get it out there. Show support for your team.
Yeah. While you guys go ahead and show that support and get those predictions in, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Rise, rise. They
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 4 of the series between Imperial Knights Blue and Oasis Esports Cloud. This time, everything is swapped, though. The sides are swapped, so the blue side will be Oasis Esports Cloud, and the red side will be Imperial Knights Blue. Unfortunately, colors no longer match, but they'll be A-okay either way. I really like what that Aphelios did. He put a ward in the tri-brush, and they're going to spot it out almost immediately. That's what you got to do. I love this from supports or junglers in general.
You know what, though?
What's up?
Gold advantage. Gold advantage. Knights.
That's true.
That's it. Take
It's
it from
over.
there. It's over. It's done. Can't take that back.
Yeah, as they're going to start looking.
Yeah.
They're
We'll see.
way back up through.
I will say, though, here, one thing we have to keep in mind, right? Visions is not on a carry right now. And so this is going to be a little bit awkward. It might be a little bit awkward for him, right? He's been used to just trading super heavily, and if he tries to take that, into the graves, he might not come out successful. Something to keep in mind. Oh! Gold advantage again, 100k up!
Oh my
Let's
goodness.
go! Let's go!
They're doing
You're
phenomenal.
looking at champions
outside
right
of the
there.
Knights.
Champions!
The game's already over. They got.
It's over. It's done. That's it.
Here's our
Right
first
there.
blood. They got first break on the wards. They're doing
is
fine.
it. Oh boy, my items are all.
Ooh, that's a nice stun, but that's going to be also a nice little bit of health coming through for the Irelia after getting hit up there. Meanwhile, oh my goodness!
Double up.
Double up does so much damage. I remember thinking that was like just the most broken thing in the world, and Misfortune used to be my least favorite ADC to deal with of all time. So I've gotten more comfortable playing around it.
Oh, I have an invisible Ralph. Okay, awesome, lovely.
Oh well, that is unfortunate.
Oh, lovely.
Speaking of fortunate, Misfortune hit to push Aphelios and Lulu off. Not able to fight for this one at all. And I'm just going to push that wave right under the tower, but it is in a bad spot. Not really freezable, though. It's actually slow pushes to the other side unless they mess with it a little bit. Start hitting the minions up. Then
Yeah,
they
so this
might
is
be a little different.
you know, Shogun, while we got a little low moment here, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
I know it should be R, but I bet you it's something else.
You know, his true love be the C.
A maybe.
X marks the spot.
These all make sense.
Oh man,
Make a lot of sense.
I know. I'm here all week, folks. I just don't forget to tip your server.
Yeah, as the voice in my head just pointed out, there's a natural 500 gold advantage, and that all started with the wards being taken away.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Once you get that, give them the advantage, they're gonna run with it. So, solid. I'm gonna be a real sad puppy with my broken client. But you know what? Thanks, League of Legends. Thanks, Riot. We've all been there before. Yeah.
Trundle could be late to this scuttle play. In fact, Nars already started it, and Nunu's going towards it now with the snowball. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty easy double scuttle for the Nunu.
Nice. Yeah, Nunu's just quick though, right? Like, you can't sleep on that. Nunu can get himself around. It's like almost like a heck room, with almost better ganks. Like, I mean, it really just depends on really what your team needs, but just absolutely solid. And once he starts getting these snowballs rolling down some of these lanes, it's just going to be pretty nasty.
For sure. As now we're going to see the Norse starting to do a little bit more, as now Irelia in a bad position, trying to get something done, as now Nunu is in town. Flash forward, the Q as well from Trundle. Trundle gaming for the side of Oasis. She is able to find first blood in game number 4, as that is what Oasis needed, honestly, going into this next one. They needed to make sure not to give up any sort of early lead, not just because of wanting to keep up the momentum gameplay-wise, but also just mentally, right? You don't want to, have that really good game, and then as soon as Vision comes back, start losing again, because that just feels bad. Then you just are like, oh, well, I guess since he's back, it doesn't matter. But
I think that's exactly what they needed, though. Oasis did. Like, they just got a free game to kind of just figure things out. Not like, it was on a, series point there, right? But like that's really all they needed to, and I think they're just gonna absolutely run with this, and just go crazy with it, and make this for an actually decent series and not just a kind of blowout. So I'm pretty excited about that, but it does go to show you that individual games and players can make a huge impact on how a series go or how your team does, right? Like that last game, you put Visions in there, not hitting on clutch at all, right? But he just was not the top laner that was just kind of going off, right? You had some hot hands on the Vision, and when somebody's got the hot hands, you give them the ball. So it kind of hurts having to pull him out.
Now
So
Gnar
we'll
going
see.
in does have that ultimate available. Not able to damage, doesn't miss most of it actually, as now Gray is trying to find the trades where he can. Does get stunned up even still. So he's not going to use his Gnar ultimate. Instead, everything just kind of goes back to normal because he goes back to mini.
Yeah, just kind of doing his thing up there, right? Vision's trying to get feisty with it, trying to trade around. He's doing okay. He's doing well, right? Graves doesn't have any items, so Visions gets to kind of do what he wants, especially when he gets Mega there. But I hate to say it, but I think they probably done Goofarino a little bit, not putting him on a carry to just let him find that solo kill, because Gnar gonna have a little bit of trouble with that.
They're going in onto the Aphelios though. Aphelios will not save you from the knock-up. See, it goes down. As now the damage is going to be a lot coming out from this Anivia. As now Irelia again, Hades could try to find the solo kill for himself, and easily does so. What a play from that Anivia in the mid lane, as putting Hades on these carries seems to be exactly what they needed. Get him off these tanks, because
100%.
This guy's popping off.
100%. Like you said, he got the hot hands. Put him on a carry. Don't take him out. And Hades is going off, and those are that snowballs too, though, right? And so Oasis here doing well because they are finding that in the vacuum Anivia Irelia pretty much. They're in the mid lane, all things considered, right? We haven't seen a new snowball. Cypher hasn't really been impactful mid yet. Like, yeah, he was there on the first death, but didn't really do too much. Wasn't it? All of his stuff was down from the double scuttles, and it's coming back to bite Knights.
Yeah, for sure. As now Trundle doing what he can, does find that pillar, hop away from Vision. Vision had flash, does not use it. Instead gets solo killed by the enemy jungler. As now Irelia has a tough time getting out of this one. Is taking so much damage. The speed up from that Trundle, trying to find that Q, is going to be so much damage coming through, and the E, the crit damage from it does find, or the empowered E, I should say, rather, is just more than enough to find that kill onto the Irelia, as Irelia is having a tough time in this mid lane. Is down 3 deaths now.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Knights. Oasis, they seriously found their legs to the series and is looking much better. I guess they just needed 2 warm-up games,
Yeah.
Better late than never, time to show up. Usually you want to do that game 1, but
it is okay though, as now Graves has taken a lot of damage. A flash stun from the Rel though, as they are able to very easily find themselves a kill in top lane. Vision starting to get rolling as well. That's going to bring Gnar to 1-1 in the top lane.
Yeah, sorry. Vit gets a Summoner Spell, right? If you're gonna die, at least get something back for it. And sure enough, Mommy's guy does end up getting the flash. I don't know if it was super necessary. Now Saber does have on this Rel have Hex Flash.
The full time gonna come through, gonna do a good bit of damage as well. As now new here to help out.
Dark Harvest for
ADC is now Lulu taking a lot of damage. The Misfortunes are running up, trying to do something. Ultimate gonna come out of the Nunu as well. A lot of damage down. Wild Growth gonna come down as well, but the Misfortune does not have her ultimate available, as they cannot really dive that Aphelios. He just has too much lifesteal. He has the danger guns. That ultimate brought him back to about a quarter, close to quarter to a half HP. So be just fine. Meanwhile, Aphelios has to keep running for the hills. Rel is in the vicinity and is going to back off as well.
These teams love to fight. It's going to happen again.
Doesn't look like it, as Graves is actually walking up, going to get stunned up. Trying to damage right on back. but is not really able to do so. Nunu just able to speed himself on out of there. Trundle not able to find anything either, so the rest of IKB able to escape with their lives.
Yeah, and Haru had a serious feels bad moment there where he had already used the ultimate and just did not have the damage to kill Snickers after that. And that was just you could definitely kind of tell. It was like, oh boy, if I had this spell, this was done. But I like the effort though, right? Yeah, you give him credit for taking the chance to find the solo kill down there on Louis. And Louis expertly kind of getting away from that and still staying relevant. That's what's allowing Oasis to kind of stick around and pressure some of this stuff, right? So, just having members there and Oasis, turn around their macro game and are looking pretty strong. Gotta be scary about this Trundle and this Bird, and Bird's matching pretty well against Nar, so
Oh yeah,
very spooky game here.
should be able to match up just fine in that lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that Rift Herald has been dropped. We'll see if it do anything, but it does not look like it.
It'll just get some plates. That's there for gold.
Full time gonna swing wide, and the danger gun's out. Kills his Misfortune. Might even hunt for the kill herself. Is not going to be able to do so. Aphelios starts his back. Has to sack a lot of minions here. Might actually only lose a couple. Depends on how much damage. Oh, actually
Louis staying.
I mean, Lulu's here, Trundle's here. It's not the worst idea to say. And now that they see Aphelios staying under tower, they go, okay, we have no allies around. They've got to have their jungler.
Gotta be somebody. Exactly. And Nivea tipped off the map as well, so.
Ooh, that Gnar ultimate missing. That Gnar Q missing as well. Is not what she wants to see.
Great try, Visions. We're going to try to clutch it back for your team, but, don't go too on tilt. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunate for sure. Let's see. Play possibly happen in bot lane. Lulu walking up for damage. Trundle in the area in Tribrush as she walks up super far, and they know, all right, Trundle's got to be here, right?
Yeah,
100%. There he is.
Without Trundle there, the Lulu just straight up dies in return. There's actually a potential case to be made that they just try to snipe the Lulu out. But Lulu does have ultimate, so it would be a little bit more deceptive than what it just straight up looked like. But I do like the safety play there from Knights. Don't just let the game get out of hands like the last one and kind of just stay relevant. You do have the Wombo combo. Theoretically, you have the winning team fight, but yeah, that's if they can kill the bird first. Still have yet to drop that egg, so that's going to be a serious problem for them later on.
Yeah, for sure. If they're able to play around that one.
I will say though, Knights does have the.
They're looking for a dive onto the Aphelios. The ultimate comes out of the realm as they're trying to do damage, but it's just not enough. As now Aphelios trying to look for a kill will hit its mark as Louis Vuitton outplays with Snickers in the bot lane. As you're just not allowed to dive that Aphelios when he has that Lulu to back him up. That exhaust, that wild growth is just too much to deal with.
I love that exhaust that just makes you clinch and go, oh god. Speaking of god,
now they're actually looking for a play on top side, but not able to find it. So, meanwhile, in the mid lane now we see Irelia trying to go for something, but I don't think she'll be able to find anything either.
Not the most gnarly ult in the world. He just kind of keeping himself alive, not even wanting to risk it. Didn't want to jump over a pillar, nothing. Just, it's okay. It comes back up. Yeah, I still think this is probably the bad idea on the Visions. Just not super relevant right here. And yeah, he's sort of threatening this Graves, but in all reality, like, look at the farm. They're even in farm. Just because Visions is up a kill, like, it doesn't even matter. You'd have to think on like a carry, Visions probably just takes and rolls through that lane, but you know what? Not the case in this game.
Play knives there. Looking for a play mid lane. Actually, here comes Rel and Nunu. They're not able to do anything about that tower going down, as now Rel has to use her W to get away, and her team will be out of there. Just not able to find the plays as a team. Too scrappy on the side of Oasis, as they're just able to get out of there. No problem at all.
Knights is going to have a serious problem with this bird. This bird is is flying high above their heads and just taking craps on them. I hate to say it, but this is a flock. blocking is right on top of him. And it is just nasty. You see the Leandry's already completed. 2 kills, 117 farm, like, not ahead in farm, thanks to just Irelia being Irelia. But, like, still, just Knight's gonna have to stay away from that. They're either gonna have to focus down this bird just through sheer vision control and finding a very nice engage, catching them isolated, or just stay the heck away from them and just hope he migrates south for the winner.
Now looking for a play onto the Aphelios. Aphelios gonna dodge away from that snowball so well as now so much damage. Try to get out of there as fast as possible, is so low. Will somehow manage to live with that Q that the healing that he gets from his Q. Meanwhile, on the top side, Vision trying to find the 1v1 onto Mommy's guy. Mommy's guy taking so much damage, trying to find that shield procs, but the Q is gonna hit. One more auto would do it. That's all it takes as Vision goes to mini again and finds himself a solo bolo in the top lane. He has TP available if he wants to go. He has to back now and then TP, but he's just not able to do it. But either way, should be able to find some damage onto this tower, if not the tower itself.
I stand corrected. Visions, baby, can still find that solo kill even on a more tanky champion. Solid. I love that. I love seeing that. Gotta respect the Nard damage. It's pretty gets pretty crazy. Gets pretty tanky when he gets mega. Gets all that health. Not bad. And I'm just surprised we didn't see more action happen. More deaths happen bot. That was pretty wild.
Now Irelia going in onto the Anivia. Anivia just doing damage.
Snowball's too far away.
The kill, the flash forward, there it is! As another solo kill comes through, but this time it's the side of Oasis that are able to find it. Sergeant Hades, just an absolute monster in these past 2 games.
Yeah, Cypher's usually on top of the timing, but he's just been just a little bit behind every time.
Now they're going in onto the Lulu. Lulu just dodge out of most of this damage. Meanwhile, Lulu is back in. Has been on hit the entire time, finds himself a kill as now Haru trying to run away, but Trundle does not care about your tower, goes under it, finds the kill, finds the chomps, the clubs, all of it as Misfortune goes down. Meanwhile,
perfect example. Sorry to cut you off there. Perfect example of a proper jungle timing on that one, right? We have the Trundle coming in at right the opportune moment, close enough to even stop the Misfortune ult as it was going down versus the Nunu who's just trying to come off a camp just a little too late time after time. And those couple little seconds matter so much and make the difference of this game. It's the reason why Hades has 3 kills and this Nunu's sitting 0-0-1 while his opponent, his direct peer, is sitting 3-0 himself. So even though Nunu's got the farm, Trundle is doing some straight impact on the map, and this is a little bit weird from Cypher. He's on a very mobile gank heavy champion, can just run through some of these lanes, but not able to have just any impact at all in this game. And Hades is doing a great job also locking this out.
For sure. We'll see if they're able to end this game with their mid laners, who's so powerful. Is now Nara looking for another kill as Nunu is here. Here we go. Mommy's guy is trying to survive. Shield bow is gonna pop, but the ultimate from Nunu is doing some damage. Trundle this time is here as well. As great as to get away from that one. Meanwhile, Misfortune in the mid lane going to be taking a lot of damage now. Anivia trying to find the kills. Will be able to solo kill her very easily. Meanwhile, Irelia now trying to get onto the Graves. Graves surviving for so long. Lulu's going to be taken down now. Now though, Graves also gets taken out. As Anivia could be in a bad spot trying to take away that blue buff, not able to do so though. Uses her ultimate to get some space. Meanwhile, Aphelios in the bot lane, they're able to get these waves pushing, but those 2 kills do mean that Rift Herald is going to go over to the side of IKB.
Yeah, let's be real. Everybody here thought Mommy's guy was getting out right there. Oh my god. Woo, that was so close, back and forth. But you know what? Knights on what looked like a potential just misstep on letting somebody get out. Nothing they could do about it, to be honest with you. Fair. Found themselves 2 kills. Now they traded 1 over, right? Thanks to Hades. Look at this damage. Just throwing it out there, and Hades just sitting real fat and happy. 400
Hades
gold.
trying to find damage down onto the Gnar. Gnar taken to about half HP. Will have to hop away. If he doesn't, then he will die. 1 more E was all it took from Hades, as Hades is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, I don't think Knights has the answers to this Anivia. I don't think they're gonna find the shutdown. We may see a deathless and even eggless bird here. to be completely
Yeah.
real. Like unless the Oasis crew just walk straight into a like Bush Nunu misfortune alt with the Narwombo, I at this stage right now, until something wild happens, Hades is just gonna be able to take over this game, because when you're champion that loves Leandries is straight chunking for over half your health on one spell rotation, you are in some serious trouble.
For sure. So now we're going to see what IKB can do. Maybe Trundle is able to force his trying to stop them. This is a dirty choke point as a
I love
Nivea.
that wall.
Controls it so well. I mean, you have the Nivea wall, you have the pillar. You cannot walk through the jungle. That is never going to be illegal in a million years. As Trundle is being sped up, was going to look for the play, but kind of walks back. If anything, you walk through bot, you walk through mid. You can do either one of those things.
You have to.
And even then, it's a little suspect because now, I mean, now you're just walking here. There's another corridor. Okay, you could blast over. That's your only way in. That's not through a funnel. Now they could look for it. They're going in now. They're trying to find the angle as Newton's going to be taking a lot of damage. Both times coming through, but they are just right onto the. She is gone. Mispositioned terribly as now the Irelia is going in. Maybe it was enough of a distraction though.
Oh.
They're able to find two. Trundle is down. Anivia is still alive though as the Gnar goes in, uses the ultimate, finds so much damage onto the Helios, but guess who's untouched? It's Anivia as they're able to find an ace with all three of their carries still alive.
Hades was in the pack of the entire night team, and nobody killed him. He was just there, like just dead, and nobody even dropped him to the egg. I don't know what's going on. Nobody else matters except Hades here. And he was the last guy that even focused. That's the isolation we talked about to kind of start it. You know, you don't want to come down a ramp against Anivia. You're just going to find your team split. And oh no, it pains me to watch it. I love seeing it from Hades though. I love the Anivia there, and love watching it happen. But should not be alive right now at all. That should be a solid 600 gold in somebody's pocket on Nice, and then you feel for them that they were doing so well just to kind of throw it like that. And yeah, Haru, as pointed out by a lot of you guys there, was very vulnerable on the side there, and was not with the team. That kind of allowed Oasis to jump on her and just send her back to the fountain. And then yeah, it was just a Hades show from there.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're going to see if IKB can mount the comeback in this game, or if it's going to be Oasis who mount the comeback in the entire series.
You know, if I didn't think Knights could come back and win this one just off the wombo, I would say hit that FF right now. Don't give the enemy team any more motivation. Hit that FF, take a small second to recoup and strategize, and then just come back at it. Because right now it's not working. You're just gonna set yourself in like a deeper, like in a mental rut, I think, especially after coming off a very heavy kind of 2-0. It's not finding yourself 2-2. It's gonna be pretty rough.
As Irelia trying to find some damage onto this Graves. Rel is here as on him. Graves in a bad position, going over the wall. He could look to go down, surviving for as long as possible, but that is the bear being started up now. Gnar is on the scene. Nunu is coming from base. This should just burn out so fast now that Aphelios is on it especially. I mean, they could look for a bullet time, could be enough damage as they are going to give it up. They don't feel like they can do it as Irelia does have TP up. And honestly, just it ends up being a solid play from IKB. That's a lot of damage though from the Anivia that could come through. It's just not going to. That's not even with an E. Like imagine if she E's on top of that, he loses. He's down to less than half HP.
Get at the back right there. Yeah, 100% sure. Get at the back. And they respected the misfortune ult. I can get behind that because they don't have.
Now misfortune so low could go down and does end up going.
Burn, baby, burn!
Out of here. Now Anivia running forward, trying to find the damage as well. She wants more. She smells blood in the water, in the ice. As now trying to find some more damage. Now the slow onto the car as they could find the kill, but she flashes over the wall. A great play from her. Teleports are coming through from the solo laners. Will it be enough though? Aphelios is pushing now. Rel in a bad spot, could be caught. The E is not going to hit. Hades with the jukes is now Saber's wife who's going to go down. as they are backing up all the way. Aphelios is running back, running with his team, and they are going to start sprinting towards that Baron.
Oh boy, it's a Hades show. It's sure enough. It's the Hades show. This is pretty wild. With only a 3K gold lead too, a 3.5K gold lead as well. It just shows what happens when it gets on the right
Now
member.
Anivia could be caught once again doing so much damage. Is
At least getting
diving, trying to do
Please?
something. They're able to get the Baron as now they can turn their attentions onto the pipe. It's gonna the egg has finally been,
Yay.
but it's only halfway. They can't get in there as Anivia is going to respawn. The damage is not going to come
Got her.
through. Miss Richard finally finds the shutdown, but is it enough? They're all going to start falling right on after. The Gnar is running away for his life. The ultimate is not going to hit the flash. A great flash from Gnar to get away from that one, as now they find their kill onto Anivia, but her team gets the Baron as a response. As maybe if IKB can hold on, if they can hold through this Baron, find that one more shutdown onto Aphelios, so that's their only way back into this game. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good for IKB.
You're right, it's not looking good. The goal's up to just under 5K. It was just literally a minute ago. Only 3. And at least they got 700 gold, right? They got 700 gold off the Anivia extra, and that's 1,000 gold in the pocket. It makes you feel better about yourself, right? You're still gonna have to contend with him when he comes up. And Aphelios is still sitting pretty fat. So, but it's a start. It's a start here from Knights, who really do not want to go into a game number 5. Not after this, but Oasis does not give them much of a chance to do so. This is Soul Point here, Shogun. They're
Is in
like to
fact
take
Soul Point, and it should be an easy Soul being taken as well, but Nunu doesn't want it to be so.
love
A
that.
great block from Anivia, such great zone control, and that's why you pick this champion. Those walls, those ultimates, it makes it so hard for anybody to walk anywhere. As now
Bravo.
they're looking for a play onto the Rel. Rel's getting very low.
Yes,
Could look for the
there's more
damage.
right
Killer is
there.
going to drop. She's so low, she has to W away. In fact, as now
Oh.
Graves looking for the flank. Rel is going to go down so soon here. As now Graves looking for the flank as well, but this time onto Oasis. Now Irelia getting in there. There's Zanya's has to pop for Sergeant Hades. Sergeant Hades still getting very low, but does get wild growth up, as now they are just melting right through IKB, trying to do as much damage as possible. Such a good pillar from the Trundle, as the Gnar is going to go down next. Misfortune does not do any damage and has to run away.
No.
Irelia tried her best, Gnar tried his best, but it's just not enough, as now Oasis are trying to push this to game 5, and this should be the push to do it. And if not, then it's going to be one hell of a push
That's it
either
right
way.
here. Yeah, that's it right here. And there was a pack of 4 there with an isolated member, and you have to think Saber probably should just pull the trigger there and just send it, just try for the Wombo.
For sure, as they just murder Haru, trying to
through
find
this.
the next kills as well. Rel going in, trying to buy some time for Gnar or Irelia. Irelia up in 6 seconds, 4 seconds, trying to get up onto the map in time. Nunu needs to run forward so much sooner, but it doesn't matter. That Nexus is gone, as they will push us to a game number 5. Bring me
Really
Silver
getting the
Stripes,
5.
baby. We are
Oh
here.
boy. Woo! Yeah, it went there. It ended up getting there. Unexpectedly, I think if you watch game number 2, and you come out of game number 2, and I told you there'd be 2 more games after that, you'd call me a liar, but sure enough, it's not. As you look at those, those damage charts, no surprise there. Anivia Hades just went crazy, and Oasis found the key, right? You side out visions one game, and this is what happens. And there was a chance there. Maybe they were so far behind though that probably still would have been the same outcome. But I think Knights had a solid potential there at the end to take a fight, and just couldn't get there. But Hades show, baby. Get this man on primetime television, because he's popping off.
For sure. And now, I know these players are probably antsy to get into game number 5. I know all the viewers. I'm antsy to get into game number 5, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody just caught the end of that Green Bay Carolina game, but that was something special. Boy, talk about wild. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Oh, boy. Don't worry there, fellas. I know the mic's hot. I'll say go watch that. Go watch that stuff right now. The game was to end like that. There's a horrible ref call into a wild interception. Hey, five boys.
Now, before we do get into game number 5 of the night, what do we think of the series, boys? This one's going the distance. It's game number 5. We got the Silver Scrapes rolling. It's a long one.
It's a long one. Not very unexpectedly, for sure. Never.
Yeah. I mean, it looked.
Never would have thought of this.
It looked really, really favorable towards IKB, but game 3, I say it's one of the most important games of the entire series, and it was the turning point.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you could kind of tell in game 4 that they weren't playing as nearly as well as they were in game 1 and 2, and you could tell that also Hades. I feel like, yes, he was like playing super well in game 3, but you could have like exploited the mental a little bit. Like I don't know how tilted they might have been in going into game 3, but if you're able to keep up this like streak of doing really, really good, it doesn't matter if like Hades is playing on his carry, like maybe he seems too tilted or like the environment's just not as good, and you can just 3-0. But when you give an inch to someone like Sergeant Hades, he shows his team, hey, we can win this. And then in game 3, turn that around. Game 4, he carries again, and now you're on rest in peace, cloud 9 right now, right?
Yeah.
So you're feeling great going into game number 5 here.
Yeah, that was wild to me. Like, I guess, life happens sometimes, and you got to do what you got to do for life, right? It does come first over a game, but that was a complete turning point, because it really just showed Oasis that Hades was the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And they figured that out in game 3. They had kind of, Knights gave them the game to do it, and that might just be history from there, right? That might have enabled the reverse sweep, because now Hades is on fire. He's got that hot hands. They got the momentum coming in, and like as long as Oasis doesn't stick this man back on a tank, like,
we're good.
It's probably sending it. So,
and let's see what they're picking, because there've been a few picks going on so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, we see a certain return to game 2's lane.
Hello.
Sona back, which is
it works. It works.
Graves is also back for Oasis, which is very interesting, as we're going to see the Lucian be picked away. Lucian blitzcrank into Luxona. I feel like that is a much better lane for you to play into Luxona than Ezreal. I can't remember what the other one was. This is Ezreal's, which
it
felt
was
really bad.
the Cillian Ezreal, which was absolutely miserable. I mean, they farmed well.
They did.
And
they
did have
well.
some kills.
They weren't allowed to play the game very much. So I mean,
once Lux got some items, got a couple stacks on the ultimate hunter. That was pretty much just all she wrote from there. And I love the throwback to it from Knights. It went well. I'd love to see carry top lane again, and just probably not Irelia in the mid lane unless you plan on banning Anivia. I think you just ban Anivia on principle alone anyways, but they left it open for the first 3. I think they might be fools to not. But
for sure. Might be. We'll see what we end up going for this next ban here. Like, you want to take away the
You just have to. It just pops.
I don't think you can't take away enough.
There it is.
Like,
Okay.
you ban away Anivia, but now he just plays a different mid lane carry.
Yeah.
Make
Make him be deep, right? Make him be deep on the pool. Make him go to something that make him try to carry on something else, right? He's gonna have to rechange up the motions, the thought process in the head. Every champion plays a little bit different. A lot of them have their similarities, but there are major differences between champions. So I like that idea. If somebody's hot on something, ban it out, force them to still be hot on something else. It might not work, but it's better than letting them have it for sure. You're just asking for trouble at that point. But we'll see. Ooh, interesting.
I like the Tryndamere pick to take away that option from Oasis, because that was one of their bans that they've had before. So taking that away from the side of Oasis Esports Cloud is pretty smart. And I gotta say, Sergeant Hades on Tryndamere puts a lot of fear in my heart. But something funny that they could also do is it could throw the Lucian mid lane. I don't think you want to do that. That's a Karthus jungle. That is
I believe you are correct on that one. I can buy that one I'll buy that one. I can buy into that, and I'm a little bit. So I get, you have two game plans here, two mentalities here, where Knights opt to counter pick top or the counter pick mid, and in this one they've decided to counter pick mid, which I'm a little bit hesitant to say is the right idea, but
they could flex it. They could flex it mid.
They could flex the trend.
I don't know what's happening.
Ooh, Karthus.
I don't know what's going on.
That
could
still be Lee Sin.
That could be Lee Sin top. It could be Graves jungle.
Mixing it up.
It could be Graves mid with Lee Sin top and Karthus jungle. It could be Karthus mid for some reason.
Look, as long
Graves
as
top, Lee Sin jungle. There's a lot of things they could do here.
Keeps Knights thinking here, right? They're not gonna know where this is going at all. And as long as it's not the 3 tank, fresh off
you
TP,
did
that's
not
gotta
make
be
me
a
cast
placeholder.
this garbage. You did not do this to me.
My
I mean,
God.
what an interesting pick from.
What a
IKB
wonderful pick with
That's not real.
not against
right?
this team. This team is not auto attacks.
I don't want it. I mean, okay, they do have a lot of. Okay, they actually have Graves, Lucian, and Lee Sin, but they have Karthus too.
Those are all classified. Those are all classified as passing AD carries.
Well, but it's
ADs.
Graves who has an auto. You can counter his kit. A lot of his damage does come from those really hard-hitting auto attacks. So there's that.
Yeah.
And then Lucian, you cast things, but you cast things so you can do your double auto attack.
That's true as well.
That too.
That's true as well.
And there's also Lee Sin, who a lot of his damage, I'm gonna be real with you, comes from his Q, his ultimate, his E. Not really his auto attacks. That's some of it. He doesn't get energy back.
Now it does stop the Blitzcrank knockup.
That's true.
That's
actually a big one as well.
So I will say that, but oh man, Teemo's an interesting pick there. It does outrage. It does outrage.
That's not real. You're joking.
Way.
No, they're
Lucian be Teemo. Did they bait this Teemo out in the top lane?
Just hide it. Just hide Lucian. Why would you Lucian into Teemo? You actually just gave him the winning matchup now.
Well, no, I don't actually. I don't quite. I actually think the Lucian's better.
Pre-6 Teemo dumpsters this.
Yeah.
And Teemo got buffed. Wait, Teemo got buffed for it too.
Teemo did just get buffed. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh god.
I do know that Graves gets outranged though. That's something to keep in mind. I believe both. I believe they both have the same auto range. So you mentioned it. Yeah, but Lucian can still use the minions to kind of extend it out and not go super skill shotty on it, so I can stand a chance. But boy, this is wild. Oh man.
Oh, okay.
Karthus Blitz bot.
Game 5 finals.
Oh, see, I don't agree with the Karthus Blitz bot though. Wow.
See,
Chat, what do you guys think?
That's what's going on lately. That's why Lucian doesn't need to be going top. Oh no. No. Oh, it's so much worse than it could have been.
I'm surprised it's not lethality. So like when I look at this team comp, I think of lethality, Lee Sin top, Karthus jungle, Lucian Blitz.
Wait, okay, that's dirty. You can't do that. That's messed up. You can't. I'm pretty sure that's in the rules that you can. But like that's mean. that's
Oh, they're
okay.
swapping back and
Okay.
forth.
Now I'm pretty.
Okay.
I don't. Now the voice in my head can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we go by LC rules, where if you whatever you have by 20 seconds, that's locked in. Producer is saying yes, that is true. So what they have now is what is happening in this game. So if they
Lucian top,
I would say if they trade,
back,
they just forfeit finals.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens there and what the ruling comes down there. But yeah, Lucian top, Karthus bot, which is kind of opposite. Like you have so many chances here to just like do lethality, Lucian top. Oh boy, Karthus jungle, Graves mid, Lucian blitz. But oh man, both teams though got me like, what the? Oh man. Hey, you know what? Visions, I guess, wants to pop off on something else. And oh boy, this is. You know what? We at least it's not a duel final. There's no way with these team comps it's gonna be duel. It's gonna be exciting one way or another. Pretty sus from both teams.
Yeah,
I think they thought they might be playing Earth.
Maybe.
Forgot that his
I will
actual
say,
regular summoners Rift
Spawn
from
on the
Game 5.
right beats the Earth. I mean, okay. I don't know if you've heard of AP shielding W Max Lee Sin, but it's insane. You don't die. Your friends don't die.
It would have been a fun Earth game, but it was as regular. Yeah, Earth to the side game 5 would have been nuts. See, that would have been legit. But you know, alas, they're just gonna pick like it is. We're gonna watch these guys fiesta it back out. Now, to be fair, they've been fiestaing all night. So, in terms of fiesta teams, we got a fiesta teams, right? So, like, play to what's going on. Sure, you know, sure. Come on, guys, let's get that hype in chat. Who gets it though, right? Like, I want to hear those predictions. Let's get this out here.
I don't. I want to be comfortable giving it to either team. I think the only thing that makes go, this team might be able to actually just wipe the floor with the other one. The fact that Tryndamere exists on red side, and there's not really a tank on the other side, so he just runs through this entire team.
I don't even know if it's gonna matter.
Very easy. I mean, Tryndamere against the squad. I think Tryndamere runs. No, okay. Here's the thing.
Blitzcrank is going to be...
Blitzcrank's ult is the only thing that stops Tryndamere, but he has to time it super well. He needs to make sure it's going to be a mind game between Tryndamere and Blitzcrank, and I think that's what decides it. But if Tryndamere is able to ult without Blitzcrank interfering with it, then I mean,
yeah, I see Tryndamere though. Once he spins in, if Blitzcrank can find the hook into a knockup, that's pretty much going to be all she wrote.
I don't think you wait for the E in. I think you have to wait for like the ultimate to go off, unless you think you can burn him down. But before, whatever, we'll see how these games end up going. How this game ends up going. I am very flustered by the Teemo and Lucian top. It is wild. But get your predictions in. I'm not comfortable predicting, but maybe you guys are brave enough. And while you guys are doing that, we'll go ahead and throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself. fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? Win or die, prove yourself and
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 5, the thrilling conclusion to the series between Oasis Esports Cloud, who is going to be on the blue side, and Imperial Knights Blue on the red side. Colors do not correlate. I know, it's a little upsetting, but either way, we'll see what both teams got as, oh, Teemo, hide in the bush, hide in the bush. They'll just walk past you. They'll have no idea.
No.
Or do they have a sweeper? They do. That was a really bad idea. Good thing you didn't do that.
That would have been a dead Teemo.
That would have been awful.
Yeah,
that
would have been a
terrible.
super dead Teemo. Yeah, Vision's making the right call there. Oh man, yeah. Just wildness. And I'm still shocked at these team comps. We've had some interesting comps for the most of the series, but this one definitely takes the cake. All things considered, Oasis has more of a standard comp than the Knights
Oasis
does,
do?
but
I
yeah,
don't know. Yeah.
you got dueling top
I
lanes.
don't know if you could say they have either side have a traditional, because you look at one side and you're like, okay, cool, and then you look at the other side and you're like, oh god, why? It's just like,
we'll see. I'd love to see this Teemo pop off. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm excited.
We're
for
gonna
that too.
find out. Sri Sai. There we go. Respecting this Graves triple.
Oh, look at him! Look at his positioning. He's already going for the.
Oh,
Is going to be able to get some damage down though, as the poison will start not Q, so Lucian actually doesn't do too bad for himself in that trade. Meanwhile, you got to play the right pocket, or the correct pocket rather. If you are Sona or Lux, you do not want to be on the right side of this lane.
That was an interesting choice there by Visions, because he started E. When you start E on Teemo, you really want to just play it. You want to play it more safer, and just kind of go for those random auto attacks as they farm up. So I think that he definitely had a Q positioning start with an E skill.
They get the level 2 first for the side of the Blitzcrank Karthus, but they're fighting with Karthus early game, and it's actually doing a decent little bit of damage as the Qs are coming through. Just a little bit more. Karthus not able to find it though. The flash forward, damage isn't enough. No, it's not, as Karthus just barely able to get out of that one alive. Meanwhile, they're trying to push forward, trying to find something. It's just not. Meanwhile,
this is the clown fiesta horn. That's what we need.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is that game. Hey, you know what? Makes it a spicy game, right? This is gonna be all over the map constantly. Nobody is playing game 5 safe. It is just gonna get wild up in here, and I love to see that. Like, let's go. This is insane. I would have actually loved to see Teemo take summon Ares here, because you can proc it twice with your poison. So I would have much rather seen Visions take that instead of press, especially against this team, and just go hardcore burst on this Teemo.
I think that actually would have been great too. I have to agree with you, but I mean, it's working, and I feel like at least early game, what I can be okay
with. It should work, yeah.
His dueling power, he wanted to match what Lucian could do, and he's going to be able to do so here, especially with PTA. So
yeah, I mean, Ares though still out damages. It out DPS's press the attack at all stages of the game. So like,
for sure,
it is kind of in my opinion, a little bit, just due to the team cons. But sometimes people have builds and they have stuff they're comfortable with, and it's better off if you got something that you've practiced on and you're comfortable with. Sometimes it is just better to run that, because you're going to be 100% at that versus maybe 60 or 70% of another thing that might be marginally better. So that is something always to keep in mind when you're playing against somebody that appears, or your teammate appears that they're taking the wrong choice in items or runes or something. They may just, it might be what they're good with, and rocking with that kind of logic.
Producer in my head is informing us of what chat has said about the Korean one trick who took PTA. which I gotta say, I trust PTA. I imagine the reason he took it is because that's like what pros are building on the champion.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's just not the most optimal in this scenario due to the team comp he's facing. But it is good, you know. But you always got to keep that in mind. There's no tanks he needs to thread through. So straight deeps would have been.
Blitzcrank looking for the pull. Will not actually find it. There's Blitzcrank getting very low, but there's just no DPS there. A lot of it's just burst, and it's just not enough to find the kill. Looks not positioned quite right for it. As now the Tryndamere not quite level 6, not going to be able to win that super hard. Meanwhile, Blitzcrank going to look for a pull, does miss it, however, as Lee Sin going in, but now could be found in a just ward hops through everybody and will be able to walk on out of there, just trying to make sure his bot lane does not get dove, does not die.
Yeah, that was a great try there by the Lee Sin, kind of come out and try to respond. You know what? It was a good try. You know, we had a nice little first look at a 3v3 in the bot lane. Blitzcrank, though, just needs to find something under tower. Because that could have, with no flashes, that would 100% kind of just put a stop to all of that. Oh, hold on.
There's now the flash forward, the teleport coming in as well. Will it be as they are chasing after the Lux, but Sona is dead to rights. That's why they were trying to find a little bit more. As the pull did come through the knockup as well. It's just not enough, though, as Oasis go ahead and pick up kill number 1.
Yeah, Louis was out of mana, so Hades had to come in and get the kill, and they couldn't split the damage on both members of the Knight's bot lane. So a little bit of unfortunate timing there for Louis, but Hades gets his first kill, and we're about to see that start rolling. Not gonna be fun for the Tryndamere.
Hades on I mean, actually, when it comes to Tryndamere, I don't think he needs to be too afraid of the Graves, even if he's a little fed. It's when he gets very fed that it's a big problem, but as long as he's not getting two-shot by Graves, it'll be fine, and I'm pretty sure he wins these 1v1s now that he's level 6 especially. So we'll see if he's feeling confident enough to look for these trades. Meanwhile, top lane is pretty even. Teemo slowly starting to get ahead in farm as now. Just no auto attacks allowed to come through. I don't think that Hecarim was able to get into that bush cleanly.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, no, he knows. You're right. Great call, Shogun. Great call. Definitely saw him there.
Meanwhile, Blitzcrank gonna look with his jungler, or with his mid laner, sorry, for a play on to IKB's mid laner in the tournament. As Blitzcrank's getting a very deep ward, very solid ward as well. That's where you want it. You want to see as many camps as possible. Meanwhile, Teemo going to look for a bit of a trade onto Lucian once he gets out of this invisibility. Lucian steps a little bit too far up to the rat. As there is he's going to get so much damage down onto the Lucian. The Ignite's going to come out as Teemo finds himself a solo kill. But the ult's coming out from the Karthus as Teemo's trying to see us as much as possible before he dies. As he does go down, Karthus picks that one up, but that's going to be a solid bit of his fighting power in the bot lane down for the time being.
Wow. Great heads up play there by Louis. Got the call from his teammate, press R, and sure enough.
Absolutely a great pull from the Blitzcrank, because they're just not able to really do anything about that one. They have been healed up a little bit too much from the side. Sona and Lux is now. Hecarim's coming in. Louis, you're too far up. You could be gone as Hecarim's going in onto the Blitzcrank. They know they can kill the Karthus as well before that, so they don't even have to do anything as Louis did not have ult. He cannot ult now. Trying to find that extra damage. Probably would have had a double kill here, but that's okay. You got to kill earlier. You just cannot push that far up against the Hecarim, especially when you're playing.
No vision. Yeah, no vision down there. Knights did a great job kind of clearing all of that out. They got 2 pink wards there in the highway.
Oh, Lee Sin's going in, trying to look for the steal. Is he?
Level 6.
No one has upgraded Smite as Hecarim's able to get that way. Unless, no, Lee Sin did have upgraded Smite. So did Hecarim. Oh, wait, a solo kill for Sergeant Hades. As I was looking at the Smites, I did not see Hecarim just get absolutely melted.
Yeah, he got bursted. He was pretty low. So I guess you could theoretically say he solely finished the kill.
Yeah.
To be fair, right? You know, you wouldn't be inaccurate there. But Hades now 2 kills, 200 gold on his head too. That's starting to get super scary.
On to the Tryndamere could pop this ultimate as Tryndamere is not going to look to use it yet, as that's a really good willpower for him. Knows that it's not necessary to allow Lucian in this top lane matchup. Probably not going to be having a good time. Knows, well, the rat kind of kills me, as the Tryndamere will pop his ultimate. Does get Graves a little low here, as Hecarim's going to go in. Tryndamere going to spin to win. What an outplay from Sergeant Hayes! Flash auto attack absolutely bursts that man, as the Sona ultimate's going to come out, gets the kill onto the Blitzcrank, because now Karth is trying to find a little bit extra, trying to find those Qs. Great dodge from the Lux, though, as now Sona not stopping, trying to find the damage, as they're able to find a double kill. Flash comes out from the Sona as he is out of there. No ultimate available for the Karth as well. He used it a little bit earlier. Oh no, I don't know what the cooldown on it is happening.
I think he tried to use it and got stopped.
Got it. All right, that makes sense then.
Did it a little bit too early.
Unlucky.
Yeah, but hey, great response here. Oh no, I guess he.
So producer explained it to me. I'm still not exactly sure what happened, other than he didn't die while using it, is the gist of it. I'm sure Dream could understand it a little better in chat than I can if he's.
Didn't quite catch it, but I thought he had tried to go for it, but I guess it was still on cooldown potentially, and then the timer just gets weird.
The timer indicator resets when he dies. That's what's being said. Got it.
There we go. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Detective's on the case.
Solved it. Cold play. Trying to figure this one out. It was a great pull from the Blitzcrank onto the. He gets knocked away, but it's not enough. And hit his Q and follows up on it, able to find that kill very easily. Sona has to respect the fact that she will die if she steps up here. Hecarim looks to make a cross-map play on the top side. Lucian sitting under this tower, no Rift Herald available for the bot side. Meanwhile, Hecarim could look for a play, as Lucian is not able to do anything to the Rift Herald. Was placed beautifully to make sure that.
Oh man, they're not gonna dive him. I think there's a potential dive here on this Lucian. I think you gotta just send it after what happened bot lane, just kind of answer that back on the map. I like getting the gold there, but I think you can just get more, and that separates the good teams from the great teams. It's just getting that extra bit there.
Sure. Look at that blind, as the culling is going to come out, but
nice.
And then it comes out as well, as a lot of those auto attacks were just absolutely countered by the Teemo. He had blinded the Lucian.
Yeah.
Yep, the culling comes out after that, but
it wasn't even close.
Teemo doesn't care. He's just autoing away as well, going,
yeah Cypher could have ended that. The Cypher could have just ended that right away, so.
Teemo's in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to wobble his way. Come and kill, though. Sonic Wave is going to miss the hook. Just barely swings wide, as Tryndamere is so low on the bot lane. They're trying to clear up this wave out so they can get some damage down onto this turret. Maybe find themselves a plate.
Collapse on the trend.
Could, in fact, be happening. It is happening. There they are. Could find its mark, maybe. They're not going to look for it, though. Solid position. Karthus has to respect this bot lane. If he gets hit with a Q, could be trouble. Does get hit with a Q, but it's not trouble at all. Meanwhile, Graves and Blitzcrank are coming down. Teleports coming through as well. Hecarim, I don't go in on this one. He is popping Ghost, though, looking for the play as well. Teemo, there's no teleport actually available for the side of IKB, but it doesn't matter. Karthus has been taken down. So has the Lucian. Those teleports didn't do anything, as Tryndamere, not going to go down, does use Flash to get out of there, though. Had already used his ultimate. Needs to get away, as IKB find a great play for themselves in the bot lane.
Yeah, and if they would have stuck around any longer, Hades was ready to start cleaning that up. So great out there on the Knights. They did not overextend and just was beautiful there. Got a little Italian on it.
Absolutely.
But Hades so close, but no cigar. For those that know, they know. I got one laugh. But you know, it's still the Hades show, and the only problem is when it's the Hades show, your team still has to help you just a little bit, right? And so Knights here playing smart. They know it's the Hades show, and they're like, you know, Hades is still up. All right, we leaving. We dipping, deuce. We'll catch you in the next episode. And sure enough, you know what? Sounds good. They get there too. They dip out, and they're sitting very happy with it. They'll trade away that dragon for it, but hey, I think you take that. You get your gold lead up to 2K. And you keep moving forward, you keep moving on, and slowly but surely you'll outscale this Graves. We did get a question in chat, was like, who do we think scales harder in this game? And my vote is 100% on the Knights here. Reason being, you just get these Teemo and this Lux, Tryndamere. You just add those together, and you look at what Oasis brings to the table. And yeah, the Karthus is pretty nice for going late, but the Lucian, Lee Sin, and Graves are all early, considered early to mid-game champions that fall off pretty hard. So definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Without Lee Sin, though, can go pretty deep, but
Yeah, it's see how it goes. Does not survive the best, but I also realized I kind of messed up my wording a little bit when I said that the cooldown timer on Karthus' ult is reset when he dies. I meant the graphic. I was corrected, but we'll see Blitzcrank get caught out while I'm trying to explain my mistakes.
Oh.
He's making a mistake of his own. Tryndamere gonna spin in, collect that one. Sergeant Hades trying to find the kills as well. Lee Sin's gonna go down as they're going over the Louis Vuitton and Sergeant Hades. Is it enough though? Tryndamere going over the wall as well, trying to find the kill. A triple kill for the Tryndamere. Still has ult available and so much HP as IKB are running away with this one.
much better than the Irelia. There you go. Finally showing up for his team. All right, I like it. The Irelia was, left a lot to be desired, but Tryndamere, send it just straight forward, 7 kills, and that's going to start being a just absolute monster of a threat. Once, we talked about it in the previous games that if you can just start diving on Tryndamere, it's just game over. The other team, well, I would say straight game over, but it is definitely going to require a significant response from the enemy team. A couple members come in your direction to prevent you from just running over a late opponent.
Going to come out at least in, looking for the play as well, trying to find something. He's just not able to do so. Ultimate also comes out for Arthas. Look how much no damage that team took. As doesn't even have a mythic, doesn't need one yet. But you know what? I feel like Leandries might have been a better power spec than Nashers. I'm sure.
I mean, it's a press the attack team, right? You gotta build there. So you gotta build to your strategy. And while we agree that Ares or Comet would have been way more deadly, he went to press, so Nash's Tooth is where it's at, and it'll still be effective, right? It's still gonna clap. It's not gonna burst as hard, but hey, you don't really need it when your team's up 6 kills and 4K gold, 17 minutes into the game. So send it, right?
Especially when you have 1,300 gold in your pockets as well. At the moment, you're pretty well on your way to your Leandries. I assume that's what he built second.
And he may not even go Leandries. It's going to remain to be seen that he may just go some more just straight across deeps on the auto attacks and just try to go more sustaining damage. Now, Leandries sounds pretty good for that, but he may, as I'm being told, Riftmaker's a good option.
Hakram could be in some trouble. A nice kick into everything else. Come through as well. Meanwhile, Teemo trying to find a solo kill onto the Lucian. Lucian flash forward. The Q. It's enough. Look at all that burn damage. The ignite, the poison. A solo kill for the rat in the top lane.
Yeah, he's not a rat. He's a scout.
Nah, he's a rat. He's definitely a rat.
He's got his badge. He's got his Lucian badge. So next. He's getting his Lee Sin badge here in a minute.
Could be looking for it for sure.
No, he doesn't have to be careful.
The scout's code on him. So I really thought Tryndamere was going to look for it. Oh, he gets pulled in. Even better as a great flash ultimate from the Sona. Absolutely ices that Karthus now. The Tryndamere is running away. Did use his ult. Will be just fine. Now Lee Sin going in. Look at all that damage that Teemo is negating with his blind as he will go down, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Lucian actually manages to seal that away. It's a huge shutdown for him. But Lee Sin still goes down on the back end of that one. They need to get some objectives off of this as well, or else that is not a worthy trade at all. We'll see if they're able to do so. Dragon is up in 45 seconds as Riftmaker is being built.
It is going to be a Riftmaker team.
I guess he said, I have enough burn damage with
not burst.
In my queue. Whatever. I'll go Riftmaker then.
Fine. I mean, it's the build, right? It's the build. It's the runes. It's the press the attack strategy. It works really well against tanks. So if you're expecting tanky opponents, we'll give them credit where it is. Expecting tanky opponents,
but think
awesome.
About it. If it melts through tanks super fast, imagine how well it's gonna melt through squishies, right? That's 5-head right there.
Potentially, we're gonna see.
Ooh, pull just barely not hitting its mark. This dragon is spawning in 2-1. There it is. As we're gonna see
on the flank.
Break out here. A great root. Karthus is taken down to a quarter HP. He's got to get out of there as the rest of IKB start moving in, taking control of the dragon pit. Now we'll see if they're able to do anything on the side of Oasis. I highly doubt it, as the Dragon will be started up. They start pulling it down towards a bot side, as Karthus is still so low, not able to get in there. He's still useful if he dies. That's the good news about Karthus. That's the best part about him, as now they do secure the Dragon, and IKB could push forward and look for something, but Oasis are just going to say, all right, let's just get mid. We forced them out through bot. They got their cool objective, whatever. Let's get a tower for our troubles at least.
They got the angle on mid, so send it, right? The Inferno kind of hurts, but
absolutely.
Still, Louis got slapped so hard he went mid lane for a little bit.
Out from the Lux. Louis could get. Oh, they're actually not going to be able to even get the tower. Karthus going, or the Tryndamere going in onto the Karthus. Karthus is very low. The Sona ultimate is enough to keep Lee Sin locked up. The now Karthus ultimate should be able to find that Tryndamere. Oh no, he's being healed up. The Sona, it counters him so hard. They're just not able to ever find their ultimates because Sona's just going to keep healing them up so much. That man, he has Grievous Wounds. It does not matter.
Teemo's about to get collapsed on. You're right, the Grievous Wounds doesn't matter, just the heals and the shields. Just too strong, just great. You know, Sona's an awesome play there. And I will say that Tryndamere, you know, it did look like he went in a little early for his team, but that's exactly what he was trying to do there. For those watching, just get in there and just have his opponent's turn on him. Just press R and just sit there and just soak up a whole bunch of damage.
Great pull onto the Lux. Lux getting melted is just not enough damage. Graves has fallen off a little bit as now Tryndamere. Graves wasn't snowballing quite hard enough. They do force them off of Baron for now, so that's, and nobody died either. That's successful as far as I'm.
Yeah, that would have looked awesome there for Haru if they ran that way through the jungle. Unfortunately, they dipped out in the fog and went the other way. But you know, on the other side of the map, Haru baby.
Vision of Empire. All right, you're taking a little bit. All right, there you go, buddy. So he'll start getting this tower. There he goes.
Yeah.
You know what? You can't be mad looking at Teemo. Look how adorable he is, just lobbing away from that tower. Look at him go.
You know, that's
nice.
what a nice scout looks like, right? It's like,
He's playing
Vision.
We don't want to see. We don't want to see Lucian. We want to see
good.
Teemo.
Spirit's good. Spirit's good for sure. It's good skin. We were talking about skins earlier. You know, skin check here. Lux, once again, Haru disappointing everybody. You play the other side of the Cosmic, which is a little bit better, but where's the Spell Thief? You know, get that throwback for Game 5.
Yeah, for sure. That would be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be pretty good. Be pretty good. I feel like he probably got gifted these Cosmic, and that's like all he's got. Is just the side of the Cosmic. This is definitely not a Cosmic game. Let's be real. Flat diamonds, a little cool. I snuck you in on you there, Shogun.
No, you're good. You're good.
I think there's a Masters in there.
Oh my God! What a snipe from the Lux! All she needed was a slow. Didn't even need the first. As now Tryndamere going in onto Sergeant Hades. Sergeant Hades, great job of surviving. But with the Gale Force, it doesn't matter.
No.
Tryndamere slices and dices. That's Renekton his way through the grave.
Snickers pulled the Lux, but did not really want to.
Now, oh, what a kick from the Lee Sin, as now the Lux will go down, but they're still ready to go in. Shadows
rather damage
to find the kills though. Lucian trying to find the damage, but look at how much life steal they have and healing they do in general. Lucian to get out of there with disease, but look at the bait. Teemo doesn't care. He's running through. He's getting himself an in him. They're trying to stop the back. Lucian will be able to get out of there. Karthus on the map as well, as now Teemo's going to be able to pick up the inhibitor, and he's not even running. He's staying. All right, now he's running. He's going. That's now Baron is again. Oh my goodness.
Sets his team up for this Baron. Let's go. Yeah, Knights I think got a little lucky there. They didn't just get completely turned on in that blue side jungle and that blue side jungle. Anyways, got there. They were out of their damage until Tryndamere showed up, so I was a little surprised there, but
for sure. Lee Sin could go for the steal. He doesn't get it. The flash over the wall. Everyone's over the wall except for poor Hecarim, who has to fight his way out of it, but he's gonna go down. A shutdown for the Lucian, and that's something that they need to get back into this game. It is game 5. You have to put your eggs in one of these baskets. Who are you gonna choose? Probably Lucian or Graves at this point. Maybe you can hold out to minute 40. Then Karthus.
We need a flute for the Hecarim here.
Absolutely, some My Heart will go on. You know, classic stuff.
Oh
that's
man,
that's got some copyright.
Yeah, local. You bring up a good point on these drafts. These drafts were definitely pretty sus. Not necessarily what you see from either team, but especially even in Game 5. But you know what? Both
Well, the
teams-
ultimate coming out is gonna miss this time, but the Gale Force are trying to find the damage. He gets shut.
Yep.
He can use
Yep.
his ult, as that
There
could
it
be a
is.
huge pick. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, that's a massive wave that's being taken into the base as the dragon is spawning. That's going to be the 4th dragon of the game, the 2nd one for the side of Oasis Esports Cloud, but the mid lane tower is being taken as well. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I believe there was a Nexus
Super
tower
minions
taken.
are on Nexus turret right now. They're not gonna quite get there, but yeah, Winion's doing Winion work. And
Yeah,
I trade a dragon for 2 towers. Hello, like, yeah, 2 tier 2s. Yeah, 100%. Every day, twice on Sunday,
God.
and 3 times in the finals.
Look
Like,
at
hello.
Teemo go. I think Teemo might actually be like competitively viable into champions with a lot of it. Like, if their kit revolves around them needing to use auto attacks, then yeah, it's a pretty solid pick. Especially if you somehow manage to see, oh, Lucian's going top. That's where I'm gonna send my Teemo. But why would Lucian ever go top here? It makes no sense. Just send somebody else.
Yeah, Teemo does real well against Squish as well. So it's something to keep in mind. If he goes the burst strategy as well, like if he just Qs and he takes half your health on one Q,
It's actually even worse.
he can kill you. He can kill you in like 3 or 4 seconds on just a Q. I just Qs alone with the ability haste kind of build. So something also to keep in mind there, that he can just be like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you at range, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's fire and forget. The auto attack gives you a little bit of a chance. You know, the auto attack definitely DPSs, you know, more consistently over a longer fight. But
Great route onto Lee Sin. Lee Sin is dead. Maybe not. He does get out of there a little bit, as now the ultimate to run out.
Well, at least he's not Aurelia. All right, at least he has that R.
He would have died if he was Aurelia. Sure. Probably doesn't go for that if he's Aurelia, but either way.
Doubt.
Now,
I think it does.
For a pull.
We did show him. You know, you gotta remember, we did see 3 games of it.
We did see a lot of crazy stuff that he was trying to do.
But like, that's okay. You know what? I like the attempts, and you know what? Just show up in Game 5. All right, show up in Game 5.
And
Team was
showing
not
up
here,
he is. Meanwhile, this inhibitor tower is getting very low. They have to make a.
They have a chance
They
here for
will,
Oasis.
but it's onto the Hecarim. Hecarim is running out though. Uses that onslaught of shadows to get out. Lucian is a little
Nice
far
body
forward,
block.
but using that culling means that he's allowed to be forward, especially with the fact that Tryndamere does not have his ultimate available. He is feeling fine to stick around, as now Teemo trying to split push, but you can't really split push mid when your team is top. That's not really how that works.
Hey, that was a great job though. Great job though by Oasis, noticing that this was a chance for them to go in. They almost found something on it.
As
So-
the red buff has been stolen away.
Yeah, Teemo stealing everything, you know, just being cancer, and that's what you love to see in League of Legends. Toxic AF, and you just love it.
Those are poison, so it does make sense.
It's poison, it's toxic, it's all there. He's a scout, you know, like just Hut 2, 3, 4. You know, with all your buffs.
Yep, as they're gonna go ahead and manage to still get their wolves up. There's still camps for them to be able to take. However, the next dragon's coming up in about 2 minutes here, just a little under. As when that dragon spawns, let's see how much
Let's see.
Lucian
Let's watch
health
this.
Lucian loses.
Uh,
Okay, he loses. So if he has Leandries,
not
it's
too
so
much.
more.
Not too
It's
much.
so
Yeah, you're
much.
right. It's not burst Teemo. It's not burst Teemo. It's not deep. You know,
bad
it's just auto attack Teemo. Yeah, it's. I'm never gonna be in a team fight. I'm just gonna be side and lane, take down towers
But you
Teemo,
have Tryndamere.
and it's working. It's
You don't
working.
have TPs. You can't even
No matter, it's
you
working.
get 1-3-1.
It's working. It's working. It don't
I mean,
matter.
You know what? That's a good point. It is
A
working.
W is a
I
W.
don't know how.
A W is a W. So always gotta keep that in mind, right? It may not be the most optimal for the game, but it is.
Don't
It's still
laugh,
working.
Teemo.
So we'll take
Shut
it.
your mouth.
Teemo 2 levels up.
Go.
He's got 3 items complete and a stopwatch. His lane opponent 2 items complete and 2 levels down. So not too shabby here for the Teemos. You know, he's gonna make a case here. We're gonna see this team fight maybe off this Teemo. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see more shrooms. They're not super effective, but they are great vision tools, if nothing else.
Oh, the Q hits onto Lucian. That could be massive, but it's
That's it.
placed not in a great spot, or just isn't fired soon enough, and Lucian is able to get out of that.
He'll come
one.
back up soon.
Line
though.
does come through as they are trying to make the play. The stopwatch is going to be burned for the Teemo. Teemo has to flash out. They have control over the Dragon Pit for now, but Can Oasis start fighting their way in, start marching their way into the pit is the question. Now, oh, a great route once again, but there's no ult to follow up. It's up in like 2 seconds. It is up right now. We'll see if another route, and there it is! Oh, but a great Zanya from the Karthus, as this poor Lux is just not able to find what they need. But that is a great ability down, a great active that they needed to get down. We'll see if Teemo's able to flank, able to find cheeky little play over here, but they could look to turn on him. The hook will swing wide, as now Teemo is chilling in the bot lane, trying to get this wave pushing out once again, as the rest of his team is on the Dragon, as Oasis realized we probably have to give this one. I don't think there's an angle here for us to get in. It's only the 3rd Dragon 2 for the other team. Let's not worry about it.
Let's be real on that. Visions went for the minions. He didn't go for the flank.
No, he was just
real.
trying to shut up.
He was just going for the minions. But yeah, no, Oasis kind of fell into the trap of trying to out-siege a Lux with a just straight kind of in-damaged team, and you're not going to get any progress there. But luckily they figured it out before they lost anybody, which is really sus that they didn't, right? Like, it was super close, or they got lucky.
TP. He's not going to use it. He's not going to opt for it, but this could be a massive Baron fight. Even if this Baron goes down, if they can wipe the rest of IKB after, it is possible. Dude, they're going to go in. They get luck. Get himself into the back line. Mommy's guy needs to survive. He does not, as Karthus is going to ult, but Sona is doing her best to keep everybody all healthy. Teemo is running through this team. Never thought I'd say that in my life, but here he goes. As Lee Sin will go down next, as a Vision is here on the Teemo, running down the rest of Oasis. Sergeant Hades, the savior of Oasis, has fallen. Tryndamere is in the base. He's pushing for the end. That is the end of the game. That is the series, as Teemo wins our championship.
Oh my god. On the back of the Teemo, baby. Let's go. You love to see it.
C9 High, is that you?
Oh my god, that was, you know what? At least we got a spicy game 5, right? You can't complain about that. Oh my god. What is that? 11K up at the end of the day. Just Teemo.
He still didn't even do the most damage. That was still luck. Actually, it was Graves.
I mean, I'm not surprised. He was
going off.
Yeah, Teemo was split the whole game. I'm not surprised about that, to be fair. And he was just an auto attack build, so. Oh man, boys.
We are doing a player of the series, which is active now. You know, games 1 and 2, I would have given it to Vision of Empire.
Yeah.
But game 5, really? You're gonna pick that champion? I don't think so.
So the question is, Visions did well. Visions did well. I do think that Tryndamere had more of an impact in game 5.
Yes.
But you know, Visions did well on the Gnar. I will say though, can you vote for Visions? He didn't play the entire series. Can you still be MVP?
I mean, think about it like this: the game he was out, they lost, and they lost a lot of momentum. If he was a part of the team, like the value of that player, because you end up losing when he's taken out, is massive. So by definition,
good point.
If they had won game 4, I would have given it hands down to it.
So you lose points for him not being there, though. You know,
maybe. This is like Lamar Jackson running to the or like having stomach problems and then still being able to come back out onto the field and lead his team to like
misses a game-winning
touchdown. So I mean, like he's still the MVP of that game. He left.
Maybe missed the quarter. Fair point. Fair point, but it's up to you guys. It's not up to us. You guys get the vote. Hit that with exclamation mark votes and then the roll, and you can vote for what you want here. And we're gonna go. It's definitely gonna be Imperial. So you're voting for the Imperial series of the game MVP for those that might be trying to vote for Mommy's guy. I know he's got some fans in chat, but if you vote top, it will go for Visions. Keep that in mind. Just remember, you'll be voting for Teemo. Oh, I guess you can no longer vote in the poll. Poll's closed. Well, never mind. It was fun while it lasted.
It was. There were a lot of votes for a certain. I think I can tell who got it, which makes sense.
Yeah, I think that was quick. I think we can call it Visions. I think it's fine. They probably dipped out. It is 12:30. You know, such is life. When you go to Game 5 unexpectedly, and what should have ended at 10 o'clock, but or 11 o'clock. All right,
Well, time to make it official. Our player of the series is going to be Vision on Empire on the back of that Teemo gameplay. Just too good on the Teemo, purely because of the Teemo, nothing else. Seriously. But
yeah, that was all
Not
Teemo.
game 1 and 2, where he played the Gwen that went off, and then
that was the
in game
Teemo.
2,
Purely the Teemo.
It was all Teemo.
Yeah.
It was the Teemo
Teemo
show.
Gap.
Well, Hades show? No, it was Teemo show. We had to
Teemo
correct
Gap.
that.
Teemo Gap. Yeah. That's really all I can say.
85%. Got it. Yeah, it was good. Visions did well. He was definitely the main factor for the win in games 1 and 2 for sure. I mean, there could be cases made for kind of some of the supporting members there in game 2 as well, and as well as game 1, right? It was some good team efforts, but for sure, I think Visions was the outstanding player and just kind of did work. When they lost him there in game 3, it seriously gave Oasis a chance back into the game, and I think that, as Shogun mentioned, that showcases how important this guy was to the team.
Definitely.
for sure. I mean, I other than having a slight distaste for Teemo, because who doesn't? That's
what? Teemo's the best. Get that out of here. Teemo all day.
No, none of that. But
let's go.
Even despite that,
Teemo. Let me get some Teemos in chat.
He did pop off on the champion, and he did pop off in the other games that he played. Game 4, he still had a solo kill in game 4. He
did on the 9.
The cornerstone of this team, I think, throughout all 4 games that he was able to play. And I mean, not giving it to him would have been absolutely criminal, but also detracting from what everybody else was able to do as well in these wins. I mean, the ADC as well was just absolutely phenomenal. Haru was probably my runner-up for MVP, because in every game that they won, Haru also was just the next person up that was always performing, whereas maybe some of the others may have been stumbling a little bit.
Yeah, and showcases that Lux pretty well. Had a good try there. Had a good shot on it. The Lucian was kind of okay. I think their bot lane there in that game wasn't the worst. So had some legs there still in game 3. But yeah, you know what? Gotta give it to them as a team as a whole. Take the finals, come out of a appears to be pretty heavy, unexpectedly competitive pool, right? In pool C, nobody tagged that pool as a potential heavy hitter, but sure enough, you got 2 pool C finalists, and even a pool C. You had 3 pool C semifinalists. Keep that in mind, right? So they went 3 for 4. I mean, all of them that could come in made it as far as they could go. So Pool C turned out to be the killer. So something to watch out for in the next season. All those rest of those guys there, but it's the Knights. It's all Knights today. Everybody is seeing blue.
Definitely. But with that, thank you guys for joining us for the final game, the final series of this season, and before going into next season. So season 12 is going to be the next time we're going to be back here with LRS Premade. There's going to be a little bit of hiatus just because, we want to make things, work properly, especially considering what's going to be happening this preseason with all the big changes going on. But gotta give a big thanks to the casting crew of today, Mr. Shogun as your play-by-play caster, Mr. Acid Coconut as your color caster of normal times, every Thursday night. Unfortunately, we're not going to have that for the next little bit, but take care, everyone. Have a beautiful night, and we will see you guys in just a couple months. Take care and have a beautiful night.